Morning. Morning, morning, morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Anything moving? Good morning. Morning, everybody. Sit up here. Put spice down a little bit today. Of course, you know what's gonna happen. Big run up at close. Spice always gonna be. Looks like it's pretty close where it was. Look.
Donkey Kong, or sorry, DKNG, I call it Donkey Kong, but it took a big hit. I think the Heidelberg Research said they're going to short it, so it just dropped like $5 pre-market.
Nice. See a lot of stuff moved at close.
Morning there, Gary.
Morning, buddy.
Morning there, Gary.
Good
Good
morning,
morning.
sir.
Hey, some people on Twitter were saying that my mic, or it sounds like the voice is not that good or something. Does it sound kind of crappy? I'll try to fix it here in a little bit.
Listen, don't listen to that stuff. Everything's A+.
Okay. I just want to make sure that everybody can hear me clearly.
That's everything's
We
clear.
can hear
They're
you
just-
fine.
They're jealous of you.
Okay.
Forget it.
Gotcha.
Pretty,
Forget it.
pretty clear on this end.
Okay, thank you. Make it where everybody can hear me. Amazon, what a beast. What a beast.
Hey, Jerry, let's watch Shop today. I have a feeling Shop's still going.
Also, Roku. I'm going to add Roku
Right.
to my shorts here.
Etsy may be possible too.
Oh, what's that, Etsy?
Yeah.
See you guys, man. Love you.
You too, people.
Here, see you again.
Be careful.
You too.
Hey, we gotta go fix that pump today. All right, let's take a look right quick. Shop. Yeah, Roku's 2-on-2 month, and it retested on a month as well. Shopify. Let's take a look at the higher time frames. Oh, yeah, hammer up. Target on it, 1324. Shopify. Oh, man, let's see if it breaks pre-market highs here. Break pre-market highs will take it long.
It also has a gap from 1330-ish to 50-ish almost.
30
Wait,
seconds.
wait, 1 second. $13.30 to $13.60 almost on the daily. So that's a possible $20 move from there if it gets near there. Showtime.
All right. Video down a little bit. Tesla open smack in the middle. AMC hammer up. Amazon down a little bit. LY still strong. Zoom gap down. We'll look for zoom gap fill. I say a lot of stuff's gonna pull back this morning. Here it open.
Donkey Kong's gonna try to fill that gap, DKNG. Just have a look or watch it.
We're gonna try to gap fill. This, there's this. 10%. Let him open a little bit. Myrna's long for gap fill here. $2 away target.
CVX is strong, Gary.
GME call sweep bought for strike 300 and total premiums
Somebody needs to turn that
249K.
off. And if you come down, see, I knew they would do that at open.
There's another place, CLF, huge volume. It's filling its gap right now. Could be a gap and go.
Got a lot of stuff puking right now. We just wait till it catches the bottom and right back up. Lockheed Martin ripping off.
Hey Jerry, DKNG, you guys probably play a free gap play right here for $4.
Amazon hopefully catch the base right here. We'll take it back up. Ready coming down. Catch it coming down. Amazon coming down.
Boeing, big candle up.
Yeah, thank you. Orange almost to fill the gap here. Up 15%.
On which one, buddy?
Myrna, mRNA. Too late for you to get in it. No vaccine, need to keep an eye on that gap fill. JJ 2 down or 2 up, 2 down, 2 up, making an uptrend. Keep an eye on that. Push up to open. It's got room to 168 today, not big enough to even mess with. If it's not gonna look like a $3 or $4 move, I'm not gonna look at it, guys. Maybe on a smaller ticker or something, I will. Amazon coming on down. It keeps on pushing here. It's got room at 33.58. Let's really look messed up. AMC coming up. Let them open. They will catch bottoms here in a minute.
Wish is ripping. It's up to 12 something now. Right, there's not a candle here. Which looks good over 1254. You need to come back up and hammer. Amazon found base.
is when they're puking, we just wait for they find a bottom. All we do.
I look at Facebook.
Facebook. Oh yeah, Facebook's gonna make new highs right now. Yeah, Facebook's long right this second. There we go. Amazon coming on down. I don't know, put it back. Tesla, holy shit. Amazon short. Hang on, if you're not in it yet, give it a second. You want to see it below 66. Lockheed Martin ripping. Myrnafield gap almost within a penny.
Netflix is 3-2 down on the 5. Tesla puking.
Look out for Chewy, guys. Chewy has a play. CHWI. It actually did really good on earnings. No idea why it's sold off.
I'll see your stuff here in a second. BAC. It's coming up, Salad coming down. LR6 hammer up. Shopify ripping, guys.
Gary, XOM's going, oil's going.
Nice. Shopify is gonna be long. Shopify's long right now. Big old measured move. This is coming down. Martin still green, the video hammer. Amazon trying to hammer. Zoom coming down. They'll find a base. Which I'm lagging out here. Lockheed Martin's still going. Mhm. Shopify. Shopify is long, not in or add to it. Come on, shop. Give me my measured move there. The $35 measured move here, up 3%. Come on, bro. Holy shit, 4%. Up 6%, Shopify. 8% Shopify. 8%. Come on, girl, rip. %, 10%. Holy shit, to the moon, boys. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm cussing. I don't give a shit. Up 15% and out. I got one ad in. $400 a contract. I'm done for the day. Amazon. Holy shit, man, it's Amazon. All you gotta do is sit back and wait. They'll come tell you. Amazon's long. Hang on, let it get back gray. Ha! How we do? How we do? All you gotta do is wait on that base. 2-2 right back up. If I was paying attention, we'd have caught that. We don't play, boy. We don't play. Hope you caught Shopify with me. Earn a gap fill. Video coming up a hammer. You keep on the video. Now, when they come up through range, you gotta let it break the top of range. On the 5-minute here, it's long now. Target 721.58. I'd rather see it break 721.58. So I'm gonna set an alert right there. I'm gonna give up some money here. I don't care. I'm gonna get it. I want to stay for entry. I don't give one ass. Amazon. Come on. That's how we do. Amazon's long. Amazon's long. Get you some. Eat you some. Better eat you a piece of that cake. The video. On the first target is 270. What was it? Can't remember. 2721. Wait, set a limit. Let's pull back.
Jerry, your favorite, Futu's going.
I love me some Futu. Love me some Futu. Shopify supposed to go inside out. 212 just broke. See why it's so damn slow. I don't know. Novak's breaking down here. Shopify. Shooter, come back down, retest 1308. Let's see what she do. That's a inside toward the bottom. All right, let's look at our 10% scan here. Facebook up 3%. Facebook strong. Paying attention, managing stuff. LRCX is hammer up. Momo hammer up. LRCX is kind of spready, but it's a beast. LRCX. Come on, Amazon, give me my money. LRCX breaking pivot here on a hammer. 3-1 up. LRCX breaks high here to be long. 652.15. It will be a goner. AMZN. Come on, Amazon. PTO Momo hammer. Let's go. Amazon. Give me my money, girl. Don't play with me. There's your move on Amazon here. Let's see what we got. Actually, let me manage. 71. $20 move here. Target's going to be 34.10.
Tesla's trying.
Amazon, give me my money. Tesla inside on the 15 and she can't do nothing yet. All at Amazon like that, no shit's given. Boom. That's $6. I'll scalp that any day of the week. Yeah, we can't do anything with Tesla right now. Inside's close to the bottom, which is good. It could go lower, it can pull right back through range. It needs to come up. You can probably take it when it breaks 613. Safer bet is when it breaks 614. Then right there and right back through. Yes, sir. LRCX is long right here. This damn thing can move 10, $15. Intel ripping. So you could take Tesla when it breaks 612 or the top of this candle here, 612.73. Target's gonna be pivot low. It's only like $1. Safer entry is to wait, break 614 and take it to the moon. Let me show you Amazon quick. That's why you scout. Doji 15. You take your damn money. You're sitting around waiting on some great big old moves from trouble. Can it pull down and come right back up? Yep. Yes, sir. Show enough. Myrna. Myrna me. Myrna come back up, hit first target, coming right back through. Myrna's fixing to be long. Top of this big old red candle here is gonna be target. First target, 209. Second target, 213, then gap fill. Myrna needs to clear all these stops. When it does, it can trigger them really fast for a nice pop. Myrna will be long when it breaks 207.50. Really coming on back down. LRCX, boy. Shee-hee. Up 6%. Intel going. Got a trail stop on LRCX. INTC ripping. These tickers are on my charts all the time. All the time. So right here, pushed up, came back down, based out here, retest gone. Okay, retest right on the pivot, gone. I just got alert on it too. I'm watching it. I don't need an alert. Intel's going to be long when it breaks. Well, we're fixing to break right this second. INTC. LRCX still pushing. I got LR6 a little bit worrying here. Intel, the reason it needs to break these new highs here, when it comes up, it makes the double top, even on the 5 minute. Need a clear big green candle on this break at Intel, the next leg up. Right, look at it, just a big hammer on the 15er. LRCX. Myrna's still pushing. Dang, I'm gonna take Myrna too. LRCX. He's up $3.10 entry. I'm gonna go ahead and start tightening my stops up on it. 7 minutes to flip. That flip's real. Intel's long. Intel is long. All right, here's Tesla. She's coming up. Now Tesla might be long. Get it ready. Ready. Don't you do me dirty. All right, see this pivot here? Or the top of that candle, we give them, I pick a candle when I say long. Myrna's long. Tesla's long. Target red candle. Top of the red candle. Tesla's long. Give me some money. I love being up 2% as soon as you hit it. Target on Tesla, top of this red candle here. Not a very big move. It's got potential to go to 622. We don't play with them baby dollars. Intel's still ripping, boy. INTC still going.
Holy shit. Futu from yesterday is up $8.
Nice. What I'm talking about.
Hey, Jerry, you can play shop again. It's going through that gap fill.
Oh, yeah, shit. Yeah, Shopify's long right now. Dang it. Stop on Tesla here. This thing low. Come on. Okay. 613. Stop. Yeah, Shopify's ripping. Shopify's long right now for scalp, guys. Yeah, Shopify long. Yeah, it's figuring out though. Be careful. If you're not in it yet, wait.
Jerry, where'd you put the stop on Tesla?
It is at. It needs to hold 613, and really you can give it. You give it 612.45 if you want, depending on what your risk is. Because what happens is it breaks these pivots, come back down, touch, and then take right back off. Shopify's long, up 6% Shopify. Woo! 7%. 3%. 4 minutes till 10. I'm just gonna scalp it till we get out of here. Yeah, let me show you on the testing here. I'm down 4% Tesla. Let me show you. Price expands on these pivots. These pivots mark Brown formations a lot of times. You know, let me. This thing's so slow today. So I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna give it the top of this candle here. 6, 12, 20. That's where I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna try to show you here, but it's not gonna let me. All right, here we go. Price expands on these pivots. Just like this right here. Okay. I don't know why they do, but they do. And that's why it's important to put your stops a little bit below. Now, sometimes they'll fail, like it's failed right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and kick it here. Down 40 bucks. But sometimes they'll pull back before going higher. So if it breaks your stop, just cut it. Because what happens is there's something wrong. You know what I'm saying? There's something wrong. Yeah, if it goes past, there's a problem. And you know, it might come back down to 610 here and hold. Who knows? And if it starts to come back up through this range right here, you take it long again without a problem. I stopped at a Shopify. Looks like I was up maybe 1% when it kicked. Rather than being down. Keep on coming down. Etsy 3-1 toward the bottom. All we do is wait on these things to base. Because they're strong, right? They're not going to die. Roku's 2-2 down. Let's take a look at them right quick. They're strong. Hell, they're strong as hell yesterday. Rev shot in a month. 2-bar rev shot with a hammer. Can they keep going? Yeah, they can float over here. I think they're going to find support. And that'd be great. You know, if it come down around 352 and based or even close, that's a retest. And if it can't go lower, it's got to go higher. So we're just waiting on retest. Breaking through that 60. So if it continues lower here, target will be 345. I don't care to take it either way, frankly. And nobody should. You shouldn't be. Just because I want to go higher, don't mean it's got to go higher. We're getting some chop right now. 10 o'clock flip. Coming right up. I just brought in for information last week, and it looks like it's holding so far. If it does, Facebook can come on back down, maybe retest that pivot again and take another run at it. It could round over here and go back up. I don't know. Right now, it don't look like it. It's going to pull back to the downside. So. What we doing here, boys and girls? All right, Jesse gonna take another run at it. You know. All right, let's take a look. CVX. Shopify might be trying again. On these Roku Etsy, CVX is long right this second. breaking 60 pivot, measure move 30. Big measure move 108. I don't know. It's a $1.50 move. You know, I'm scared of these things a little bit. First target 110.87 and then 113. It is long, just scalp it. XOM. All right, Tesla might be short here. Hang on, we gotta let it break. We need a clear break of 609.60. And we're gonna target the base of this pivot down here on 60. Be 212 down. Nvidia 2 up, 2 down. Amazon 2 down. Oh boy, from the shoe show. Okay, 2 down. All right, get ready. Right now, Tesla's inside. It's the 2 inside. It's compound inside bar right here. So looks like this. There's a 2. All this is inside. Compound 1. Chopping sideways. All right. It's either gonna catch bottom here and go up, or it's gonna pass this low right here and keep going. Right now, we don't know what it's going to do because it's inside. You can't really trade it as long as it's inside. Price expand on this pivot.
And Jerry, quick question. You said on Amazon 2 up, 2 down. I'm assuming on the 15, right?
Yeah.
So maybe I'm misinterpreting this, but you know when you look at those little diagrams, you usually have 3 candles. You don't
worry
use
about
you just don't worry about it. Okay,
candles. Yeah.
Okay.
Just focus on 2.
got it.
Yeah. AMC trying to come up. You're welcome, my friend. Yeah. Don't worry about the 3 candles. The people that drew that chart. Let me tell you this: the people that drew that chart don't trade in real life. They don't trade. There was one chart they put up, one of the original ones. I had to tell them, hey, you got these colors wrong on this thing, and they fixed it. And then there's some other stuff that they messed up. You know, candles don't act the way they got them on that chart. Yeah,
Got it.
Focus on
Thanks, buddy.
that. Well,
Airbnb, by the way.
thanks, sir.
Yep.
Just Jerry, I mean, Gary, just focus on the candle breaks. Throw that chart in the trash can. To learn how the candle breaks, that's all you got to do.
Roger
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, and also anybody that's new, AMC's long right here. Anybody that's new, focus on one pattern or one signal, either the 2-2 or the 2-1-2. 2-1-2 continuous reversal. That's all you need. You don't need to know all the other shit. Most moves happen around the inside bar or break every inside bar, and that's all there is to it. Or a 2-2 reversal. So the new guys, if you want the highest chance of success, full time frame continuity, make sure it's in a good uptrend coming out of a TTO or it's making a new high, and then catch a 2-2 on the 30-60. That's it. That's it. Take it, it breaks a 2-2, and then target the top of the first red candle or the green candle, whichever color it is. You want to take it to go back into full time frame continuity. That's all you got to do. Amazon coming right back down it, and we're fixing to short it. AMC's long now. I'm going to add to it right now. AMC's long, or add to your position right this second. AMC's long, or add to it. AMC's got room to $72 today. Today. It's $11. She's high. 2-1-2 continue on the daily or the 4 hour. Charts messed up. 2-1-2 on the 4 hour. Okay, so maybe going short here. We'll know in a second. A, B, and B hit. Etsy 3-1-2 fixing to go down here. Airbnb's long. Airbnb's coming up, and it's got room You talk about a swing, A, B, and B is a swing to 170. Easy swing. Shopify needs, if it breaks a new high here, we'll take it long again. It's after 10, so we're looking to stay in these things a little bit longer. Okay. Say this, we're getting some chop across the market, so be careful. I think a lot of stuff is puking, it's gonna basically come right back up, and vice versa for the opposite. Let's take a look at AMC. Big straight up, spike coming down. And every time AMC runs, spike shifts. LLY 312 down. It's dying. Spike's coming down consistently. Target's the big green candle here, 423, and then 423.50, then 423. Gosh, it's ugly. Gosh, ugly. Ooh, Tesla's setting up right now for short. Come on. It's tested that area 2 or 3 times. Just like around lunchtime, we want a clean break. SC312 down, target red candle, bottom red candle. How we do? Zoom 212 down, off a shooter.
Jerry, that JKS you had yesterday is big short.
I know it's kicking down. All right, Tesla about to be short. We need a solid red candle on the fiber. 212 down, shooter, normal shooter down. This is the only one should do.
Hey, Jerry, shop, 1340 new high.
Oh, yeah, shit, yep, Shopify is long right this second. Watch this second garbage over here. Shopify's long right now, guys.
We got
just
clear all the
pick
way
you
to
up.
1360.
Nice, yeah. Big mission move to 1290. 1320 to 30 bucks. Target's 1350, guys. Oh boy. This is still tasting her here at the base. Stop on Shopify 1335. Shopify's so big though, you need to take profits whenever you're ready. I don't want everybody want to take profits. I can give you a target on it. That's that measured move on 15, but you really need to be taking, especially if you have a small account, take your profits when you're ready. Don't let nobody tell you. Nobody tell you when to take profits. You're up 100 bucks and you're happy with it. It's best to join the answers price is pushing up, but let it go against you. This is still bouncing. We're getting a lot of chop here. Lots of chop. I got stopped at a Tesla on that long, by the way. Shopify needs to hold. feeling at 1334.60. And look, they're not all gonna work, and that's fine. They're not all gonna work. Yeah, you can't have 100% success rate. The main thing is start with one contract and cut it quickly. I'm just now looking at y'all's messages. Sorry. Oh yeah, I appreciate that, guys. So the mic does sound good. Thank you so much. Morning, everybody. It's nice to meet you too, Sherry. SLPT. Facebook was nice. Nice guy. Yeah, Amazon's a beast. Amazon's been a beast the last 5 days, since Wednesday last week. AMC, that was on Shop. If you're ever looking for targets on Shopify or on any ticker, go to the daily, the 4 hour. If you can't find on the day or the 4 hour, go to the weekly. Just look up and left. It's one of your closest candle. That's how I find a target. Unless I see a pivot that's really close to it. And also, just now seeing that Shopify is filling the gap right this second. It fills the gap at 1357. So I'm still in it, haven't been stopped out yet. My stop's kind of wide. I'll give it some room. I make so much money off this morning. So I got hurt and be down on one contract. Yeah. Tesla, Novak Q. That's why I start with one contract. I'd rather lose money on one contract than 10. And I suggest y'all do the same. If you're going to enter option, start with one. We can always add to it. We can add a lot to it. Very quickly. No execution. You're going to probably take Myrna with it. 1338. Yeah, it needs to hold 1335.01. I'll show you in a second exactly where I set my stops out. And it's the same thing. It's not really a money thing. AMC's ripping still. I try to sit on top of support. AMC's long's not in it. AMC's long here. Remember, it's got a target. It's got room to $71. I'm still in AMC. Tesla might be getting ready to be shorted here. Holy shit, AMC ripping. AMC can add to it here. I want to see. Hang on. I want to see a solid green candle. Sorry. Oh. Okay, here we go. AMC popcorn. All right. So when I'm setting my stops, I'm looking for the closest resistance. I don't know if I showed this the other day or not. Or support. Shopify is going to be long. I'm going to add to it when it crosses this level here, 1343.88. If you're not in it, it's going to be an add. It needs to cross and needs to be solid and green before I hit the button. So my stops. Shopify is longer add. Shopify is longer add. Hit that first measure move target 1350. Gosh, it's so pretty. Okay. Here we go. All right. Stops would have been on the 5 minute here. Well, it's right here. So those two candles there, they're not touching exactly, but they're really close to each other. That's where the stop would be. Right here. Right here, because there's support there. If it breaks through there, to keep going lower. That price will come up, pull back, and then go higher. And each time it goes up, we'll look for the pullback. And we'll raise the stop up. Sorry, I'm paying attention to AMC. So I'm in my stop up to lock in profits on this, but on the pivots, they're always going to be right below. They're going to be on top of the most candles you can see on the 15 here. So on the 15 pivot, here's a bunch of candles stacked right there. If it breaks through there, there's a problem. So my stop would probably be right at 1306.30. I'd give it 10 or 20 cents below that, not much. So if I find support on a bigger name, same thing. I'll find the closest support, and the more candles that stack up, I'll put the stop on the body, and I'll give it another 10 or 20 cents below that. That's it. That's where they're at. I'm still waiting on Roku and Etsy to turn around. And they can do it. Look at Tesla, still chopping. It's expanding, but it's just chopping. What I did yesterday. Target on this thing, if it still wants to go down, it's going to be, let's pivot low. 598. Right now, it's just chopping. So we can trade this. It's still compounding inside on the higher time frames. Oh shit, Amazon's gonna be short here. Amazon's probably gonna come to 33.69 here. That's $6 away. Let's see what she wants to do here. 10 minutes to flip. A lot of chop going on, I'll tell you that right now. Shop, Amazon, what a damn play this morning. Hooey gooey. All right, we'll come back to you, Amazon. AMC still burning. That room is $71 today, guys. AMC gonna add to it here along if you're not in it. I'll tell you. Holy shit. TOS is not letting me buy any more AMC.
Wow. You said that today?
They just now, I just said it, put another order to add to it, and it won't let me. Yeah, that's dirty as hell. Yeah, just now. Just now. Roku. I want to see a test. I want to see a test and I push back up off this pivot. And I tell you what, man. We know Roku stronger in the higher time frames. All right. Hit a high, it breaks. All right. So look, these pivots breaks are incredible, man. AMC still going. That room is $71 there. Breaks out. You see volume pushes up, big break. Okay. We always catch that first move there, take it up, so we can't take it up any further. It flies out, starts chopping sideways here. All right. The retest. When it comes down and touches. All right. And it can bounce on this thing. It can wick down just a hair and then pull back up. I don't care. When it starts to come back up and I get the first pullback, I'm going to hit it long. Target's going to be 386 and then however far it wants to go on the weekly daily. I don't know if it's all-time highs or not. AMC still ripping up 40%, 41.2. Here comes Tesla trying to back up. Tesla's just garbage right now. The retest is where the money's at. Comes up, retest, got back out. So let me show you. Price expands on these pivots, man. They don't do it all the time, but they do it a lot. And you have to understand that they don't have to. Some pullbacks, they'll wick down a little bit and then come right back up. On some, if it's a strong trend, it won't get even close before going higher. Now this is a 30-minute, but this same pattern here happens on a 5-minute. LMT trying to TKO up, LRC coming all the way back down. Remember that this happens on the 5-minute, and it happens in reverse. You got to retest it to the downside. AMC gone up 52.3%. She gone. It's got room to $71 today, or 72.62. Sorry, it's a 2-1-2 continuation measure move. First target 72.62. This is garbage right now. So they're coming down. They're coming down. Roku might be short here. I probably won't short Roku. If the Roku breaks that pivot, I'll short it to the base. If it breaks this pivot here, and broke pivot on 60, so it could see 343. It's just so strong. I don't know. My luck, I'd get in it and it would base you out then and come right back up. So if it can break this pivot here on the 30, then we'll take it short to 345, but we won't take it short until we get a pullback. Lockheed Martin trying again. Okay. He's a good one. Yeah, Lockheed Martin got room at 395. I don't know if we'll get there today. Good.
Ernest puking now.
Yeah, she is. She's coming right back down. 2-1-2. Damn. Salad going down.
Spies and Qs are tanking big time.
Mm-hmm. You know why, don't you? Because AMC.
Always up in CMC. Yep, everything down.
AMC rips, VIX rips, SPY and everything else. Well, unless there's natural buyers or sellers in there. Still watching Roku for sure. Etsy's got a hammer, or a shooter, I'm sorry. It's a shooter counter's hammer. So Roku's hitting that 30 pivot right this second. Oh shit, Tesla. VIX is ripping. Ooh. Tesla, I don't trust it just yet. Just throwing a short signal, but it's just chopping here. I want something with a clear direction. All right, remember price can expand on this thing. Let's go ahead and draw it up. I'll draw it right now for the triggers. I think it's gonna bounce. I think it's gonna bounce in the area, come right back up. If it bounces there, first order is 386 and then twice the first. So measure the move here. So 368 and 353. It'll be $15. Roughly. I think 16. Consider that 369. Got a big move. Amazon, big shooter down. Amazon's close to that pivot too. And it's breaking. Amazon come all the way back down to 33, 35 at once. They were at now. So I'm gonna go ahead and take Amazon short as soon as it crosses 33.73. Get ready. Right now it's choppy inside. It's right in the middle too. So it looks like this too. All this is inside of it, but right now it's right in the middle here. It matters where it's inside it too. It's right in the center of this candle here. You can see it right here. 30. Yes. Yes. That's a short. I just think it's going to chop on the way down. That's what I think. I think it continue to chop on the way down. All right, if it breaks this thing here, we're going to take Roku short to 345, $7. All right. Nvidia coming on down. Woo, VIX up, SPY coming down. Tesla short. Roku short. And Etsy's fixing to be short. It's crazy. It's a simultaneous break. Etsy's going to be short as soon as we get a solid red candle. Right now, as soon as I think it's be solid. It'll be short. Target's going to be this pivot low, 164.50. Salva puking. Lockheed Martin's fixing to break. Pecan dying. Etsy short here. Oh, hang on. Flip. See what can I do? SPY. I took a SPY short. We'll see what she does. I took it short because AMC stuff coming out. See what they do. There's SPY. I can either turn around here and go back up, or it can go all the way back down at 423. It's short. First start is 423.66. Yeah, POS kind of sucks. Oh yeah, Gary, that beeping, we can all hear that. Sound like a hospital room.
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah. Strat newbie, you're welcome, my friend. I hope you caught some of that move. Yeah, they're killing it, AMC. They're squeezing it. Tesla's short here. It's just gonna be a slow grind. Yeah, Tesla is short, and ASU and Roku, they need to break back below the low to take it short. And next week once, okay. Sorry. Yeah, sorry about that, Russell. I'm so focused, I didn't even pay attention to it. SPY up 4%. All right, we're getting a shooter on Roku. See what Roku wants to do here. It could still bounce right here. Inside day, shooting weak. Expanded. There's a broader formation I drew last week or the week before. Sure. It touched it to the penny, didn't it? Holy crap. Touched it to the penny. Now look, it could bounce off that and then take another run and keep going higher. I really want to see Roku hold here and come back through range. So the new people, these twos back in the range or 4-time frame continuity where it's at. So if it comes back through here, retesting, they go right back higher. So let's redraw this run formation here. Set it around the base of these. I was guessing it would bounce somewhere in there. It's just not way. Of course, it could go. This could be a pullback to the downside here. We don't know. If it does pull green and come right back down, then we know it's definitely gonna go short. AMC's fishing go again. Gonna bring SPY. VIX is pulling back hard. Tell you what, the market is choppy. There's AMC. Pecan's down all day. All right, Amazon. See how it's starting to curl? Because it's slowing down. So when you look at these candles during the day, pay attention to everything. You got to pay attention to the body, the size of the body, the wicks, top, the bottoms. You got to pay attention to everything on that candle. Now Amazon's fixing to be short here. It's really throwing a short signal now, but when it breaks 33.71. Right now, it's just the whole market's chopping. It's probably best to sit on your hands. Probably best is to sit there and wait, to be honest with you. When market's choppy like this, I'm usually gonna scout. I'll scout most of the day. All right, let me show you. Price comes up this morning and it's starting to curl. See, it's starting to flatten out there. So that's your first indication of a couple things. It's either gonna start chopping sideways here, or it's gonna reverse. Or it's gonna start to curl up. Right now, all this is smack dab in the middle. There's a 2. All this is inside of this green candle here. Yeah, that's a 2. This is a 1. All right, Roku short here if you're not in it. Roku short or add to it. Novaks, keep an eye on Novaks, 212 reversal. Amazon short. Amazon is short here. First target's going to be. First target here is going to be pivot. 33.69.50. Next one, 33.65.80. All right, Myrna's trying to come back up, so bios could all go back in. Up 3% Amazon. Down 32% Amazon. All right, Novak here. Novak starts going up, you'll see Myrna and the rest go up too. Really weird. All right, so you see it catching the bottom here. All right, we need that first pullback on this thing, and we'll see it first on the 5-minute. So if it's going to reverse, here's what we're going to see. We don't ever guess the bottom ever, and remember this. We don't guess the bottom. Okay, we want to see price push up, at least one pullback. As soon as it crosses the high, you'll hit it. You'll hit it right here. As soon as it crosses the high of the candle. All right, and each time it pulls back, you're going to add again. Pulls back, you're going to add again. And remember, your stops are right below PTOs. Because price can dip back in. All right. So it's on these bottom formations, it's better to know that price can expand, it does expand, than actually knowing how to draw. It's good practice to know how to draw, without a doubt. But you gotta understand that price is not horizontal, especially when it comes to stops. There's expansion. And expansion happens a lot of times on the pivot. All right, so on this pivot here, say, you know, it starts over here, it comes up. Price breaks a pivot, it'll come up, and then it can come right back down, right through the pivot, right? And then turn around and go right back up. So all it's doing is taking out the stops over here. And then it goes right back up. Sometimes if it's strong, I said this earlier, it won't even get close. So if you set your stop in a traditional way, right on your entry, you're screwed. Now you won't get stopped at all time, because sometimes in a strong trend it won't come back, but sometimes it will, and it'll stop you out and keep on going. AMC, double width to the top, not good. Roku still up or still short. A lot of chop, a lot of chop. All right, so here's what we do. I'm gonna do a couple things since my main tickers are not moving that much. We're gonna go out and we're gonna look for the best of the best natural buyers. We want to find tickers that have a beautiful clean pattern. Let me pull up Novak's right quick. I want to put the target on it. It'll work. It's coming up. Let's see here. It can come back through to the higher time frame. Push up, pull back on the weekly. That's a big dip back. We want to hammer. I'm not trusting it really. This thing might go lower. Who knows?
Can you share that scan, that 10% uptrend that you're looking at right now?
The 2-1 trend.
That one that's, no, not the 2-1, the 10% strat 10% uptrend. Is that what you're looking at right now?
Are you saying the 2-2 scan? I'm not sure. I can't understand you.
What scan were you just scrolling through right now to find?
Oh, I'm not scrolling through any scan right now.
Oh, okay, I thought you was, sorry.
And that's okay. Up 6% Amazon. Roku up 12%. No, I'm just looking at the tickers I keep on my big screens. I'll share any scan I got with you though. Novak's pushing up, Myrna's gonna go with it. Roku's still down, we're still targeting 345 on Roku. First target is gonna be 348.38. It broke through pivot, did not bounce, now it's gonna go through. I wanted to wait until it broke or bounced off this thing. I wanted it to go bounce and retest, but it didn't, so we take it short. Tesla going right now. Tesla add to it. Tesla add to it. Or enter. So if I'm adding to something, I'm entering, or you can enter. Target on Tesla is going to be pivot low down here. This is 597. You can target each of these candles here if you want. The video trying to shoot down. Amazon, holy doodle. Give me some more money, Amazon. I'll take it. Okay. Up 7% SPY. Up 22% on Amazon. That's a hell of a payday, boys. First target hit on Amazon was just pivot. Next target, 33.59. I have pulled my stops up tight. I do have a hard stop on it. Roku, too. Dang, let's go. Give me some money. All right, Shopify. Dang, we can catch some more big old moves. About 3.6%. SPY. Thank you. Shopify short right here, guys. Shopify is short. Here's our first pullback to the downside. All we need is confirmation. Novak's coming up. 15-minute candle. Shopify is short here. Oh shit, I was going to show you the pullback. All right, first sign of reversal. Remember this. Big wick. Okay. Red candle. We don't guess this. This could just be, at this point in time, it could just be a pullback to the upside. All right. This gets a lot of people here. We get that pullback and it don't continue up. And what happens? You get a pullback and it's to the downside. All right. So you know there's been a reversal and a continuation. Pullbacks. I mean, pullback tells a story. Now, price can start chopping too, especially around this time. Let me say this. Got a couple things to add to it. Price comes up, pulls back, goes back up. starts to reverse. Okay. Now, sometimes around this time of day, it'll start to go sideways here. So look, if price comes back up, touches, pulls back down, touches, and starts to come back up, I'll cut it the second time. I'll not let anything go against me twice. Because if it touches here, it don't break through on the second time. Just take your money and run. Or, you know, if you're holding it, tags your stop a second time without breaking through. The next time it pops its head up back up to the high range, take your profit. If it rejects. Any kind of rejection. A second time means there's gonna be chop. You don't want to be stuck in that. Because at one time it's either gonna puke or it's gonna go higher. It'll go in your direction or against your direction. That's the thing about the chop. And come Thursday, especially Friday, you can't deal with that. You can't be in there. Because time data will kill you. Lockheed Martin coming back down. I've got pretty tight stops set on this stuff. All right. So in the morning times, first thing I'm gonna do is look at my tickers. And if they're not performing, I'm gonna go to 10% scan. Which is right here. The big old noob scan. And if that's not working, I go straight to 1 scan. That's some good stuff. Myrna's pushing right now. Video coming back up. Next one back. SPY up 6%. All right, Myrna touched base here, double bottom, trying to reverse. There's your pullback right here on that green candle. Yeah, it goes inside up. So Myrna, if we get a solid green candle here, it's long, target's 207.85. But remember, market's choppy. So it might be best if you just sit on your hands right now. Now, always want to look at the bigger picture on this thing. Still compound inside bar 60. Right smack in the middle. Now, if you look on Myrna, sometimes when they come back and retest, they don't have to touch all the way. Sometimes they just get close and then take back off. Keep an eye on this thing here. I'll show you my scans. Etsy's still stuck in that range. That scares me. You can still make money on Etsy, just at such a tight range though. It needs to break out one side or the other. I'll know when it happens. When it finally does break out the top of the bottom, this thing's gonna run. Etsy puked this morning, didn't it? See it slowing down, pushes down, it starts to curl, starts to trade horizontal. Tight machine, push up inside. AMC chopping right now. I don't think it's over with. I don't think it's over with by any means. Here's a 2-1 scan. Yeah. That's looking good. Push up, chopping sideways right now. Big 212 measure moves 30, and it did hit it. Hammer month. There's 2 down, 2 up. There's a retest. Price expanded right there. Yeah. Boom. from here to here. And look, strong uptrend hammer. Target on this is going to be the top of this red candle here, 36.2. Good machine gun. It can see that today. So this one's looking pretty good here. And it's pretty, well, it's cheap, but it's kind of spready. And you,
Jerry, you've been on fire this morning.
thank you, my friend. You kill it every day, man. You kill it every single day. Every day. We do every day. Gotta be quick. Gotta be quick at it. Sure. AMC trying again. Right now, MU pushed up inside, compound inside bar. Where's the ANAT? Let's take a look. Before I do that, I want to show you this. MU. It's the 2. This is the compound inside bar. All right. The longer price stays inside this, the bigger the break. It's either going to go 212 up or it's going to go 212 down. If it goes down, target's going to be pivot low. All right. You see it right here too on the, right now it's in the bottom of this range. It's just a range. You can't trade this. You can trade a compound inside bar as long as there's enough range in here. Any inside bar on the lower time frame, you'll be really careful. If it's $1, stay out. You want a clear break one side or the other. You will get chopped up. If you think you're going to take this off the base, now you could trade the range, you know, you want to. If it hits the bottom, it can bounce back up. Your target would be pivot high with a possibility of breaking out. Or if you want to take it from the top and short it to the pivot low or to the low of this inside bar here, can. I'd much rather take it as it breaks out, as it starts to make new highs. Yeah. Right now on the 60, so no, you're looking at the compound inside bar on the 5-minute, but you got to look at everything. Right now we see 2 wicks on the 60. All right. As price pushes back up through this range here, it could be a solid inside bar. As soon as it breaks out, you'll see it. It'll turn into a 2-2. So after the fact, we know it's inside. As soon as it crosses this high, we can take it right then. And that's a 2-1-2. So let me show you. So you could get a signal before the candle close. Imagine this is a 5-minute chart. The only thing that separates charts is time. That's it. One's quicker than the other. All right, Roku gonna add to it here. Roku gonna add a short or long or yeah, short. There. Let me think that. Roku add a short here. Roku paying nicely. H is gonna break right here too. 222 down. Shopify is still going. Shopify's got a long target. I'll pull menu back up in a second. Shopify can come way down here. So Shopify is still short. Target's 13.08. All right. 13.08. It's a big old move. It's $14. Let's come down. All right, let's pull MU back up. Let's pull Roku back up. I can see these signals as soon as just at a glance. I'm watching them. I'm watching them. Roku's coming down steady. It's not starting to curl yet. All right. Now we waited. We missed on the move, but we got the confirmation. Look right here. Remember, retest happen both ways. It happens both ways. Look here. Price comes up. Shoots up. It came and broke this high here just a little bit. Yeah. Here's a high. It pulls back. Comes up. Breaks it by a penny. All right. Triple top. Comes back down. All right. Pull back. Comes down. Yeah, we missed this move. I don't care. I'd rather have confirmation instead of rules, and I'm guessing. It breaks through the pivot. We gave it room to see if it was going to bounce so we could take it back up, these big red candles. Price comes down. Retest. See that candle wick there? Retest. They try to take it higher. You can't. You go lower. So these retests are very important. They work either way. And you. Wicks coming back up. SPY up 10%. I took SPY short. Only because the Amazon thing. All right, let me show you MU on the 60. Now, this happens on the 5 minute, the first 15 minutes of the day. Okay, first 10 minutes of the day, first 6 minutes of the day. Well, you want to see how I catch them big old moves? There you go. They don't teach you this in the strat. But this is strat. All this is strat. Here, they don't actually trade. All right, candle's 2 in the morning. You want a big green candle. It's better if there's hardly any wicks. It's a solid green candle. Okay. You're targeting something in the morning. You don't want it to be wicky. Solid green candle. Price opens up inside. Right. So it'll look like. Dang it. It won't look like this. So when they draw them patterns on that cheat sheet, it's not right.
They don't show the wicks there. They only show candles.
Why? Yeah, they don't know what the hell they're doing. Why? Look, when this thing opens up, it can be red or green. All right. When it opens, you want it to go red. This candle here is inside at that point. All right, it's red. After every big move, you want to rest. 5 minute candle, 2 up. It goes inside. All right, as soon as it comes back through, draw here. As soon as it comes back through, you'll see a wick forming. All right, as soon as it crosses this high, as soon as it crosses it, it goes from red to green. All right, so it was 2, and it went 1. All right, so big move, it rests. As soon as it hits the top, you take it. There's a 2, a 1, and a 2. All right, and 2 candles. It don't need 3 candles. It can have 2. So when people say, oh, there's a 2, and there's a 2, and there's a 2, they don't see that it was inside at one time. They don't see it was inside. That's why those hammers are so powerful. They'd be like, oh, there's a little wick. They won't even notice the wick. They just notice a bunch of 2s, and they'll say you're dumb because you're at exhaustion risk. And they don't trade. They teach. Remember that. Teaching's great, but if you don't know how to trade what you're teaching, then there's a disconnect. That's why I'm the big dogs show you a live trade. It's easy to look at something and see and tell you what happened when it's already happened. But to see something that's gonna happen is a completely different story. We gotta see into the future. And not all the time are they, it's, what I do is gonna be right. It can't be. And that's why I started with one contract. I have pretty tight stops, and I'll add to it when I can. AMC's trying to roll back up. Zoom's trying to come back up. See a 212, we're just sitting right there on the 30. All right. So Zoom is long right now. Target's 363.17. Open. All right, so we had a gap down. I love gap downs. I love them. On a gap down, especially on a big name, I love a gap down more than a gap up any day. So anybody want to know how to play gap downs? You wait on the base. You wait on it to form a base. All right. This came down, pulled back, and then went lower. This right here would have chopped you up. All right, unless you were scalping it. All right, here's your 2-2. This is a strat. This is a reversal on the strat. Who cares? You cannot take that because it's a 2-2. You can't. Now on the 30-60, you can take the 2-2 because you can look at the 5 minute and guess what? Here's your first pullback. You take it long there. All right. Let me draw it prettier for you. Watch. Pulls up, it pulls back, it's gone. Pulls up, pulls back, gone. All right. You hit it as soon as it crosses the high here. Now, back. You take it when it crosses the high of this candle here. Your stop is going to sit on top of this candle here. All right, so I try to look for candles that are stacked, and I put my stops right on the top of the body, not on the wick. All right. You see price pushed up, getting close to coming back, and it ripped. Now, our entry would have been here. Soon across the high of this candle right here. Here. Now, if you put your stop right on this line here, then stop that. Why? Because this candle right here. Price expanded on this line. Yeah. Expand it. They expand on these pivots, and no, that's not marked a pivot. It is. Price is not vertical, especially when you're doing your stops. They've got to be. You've got to allow room for expansion, and as it breaks out, it expands. Now this one didn't hit it, but this one did on that pullback. All right. Price pushes up, pulls back, pushes up, pulls back, pushes up. Each time it crosses the high, you can add or enter. So my entries and my adds are in the same place, up 11% SPY. Same place. It's a lot to take in. Zoom's long. I didn't say that already. Amazon trying to 212 up. Mercury's still down, just chopping sideways. And Etsy's chopping sideways, could start to roll. Zoom looking good. Zoom strong. All right, so gap down another way from point. Gap downs are money. All you do is wait for the base, wait on that pullback to the other side. You take it when it's long or when it crosses the top of that pullback. All right, that's it. That's all you do. A pivot machine gun is easily going to get up there to 363.29. All right, so your target's always going to be open on a gap down. As soon as you catch the buy, all you got to do is sit there and wait. It happens all the time. Target's going to be open, second target's gap fill, and then previous highs. That's it. That easy. That was 6.82% on Zoom. I'm up 6.75. AMC still up 30%. It's starting to roll over. Stopped out at Amazon. Green. Still in Roku. Tesla's trying to choo back up. So from between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, I'm scalping. I'm scalping. I'm trying to build me a cushion. Trying to build me a cushion up for the day so I can pick and choose exactly what I want. I want to pick and choose the best place. Okay. And if I'm scalping in the morning, I have 3 or 4 bad trades all in a row, I don't give one rat's ass. And here's why. It only takes one trade. As long as you keep your stops minimal. All right, as long as you cut your losers quickly. It only takes one trade to make up for all the bad ones and then put you in the green on the day. So if you start getting stopped out, don't worry. As long as you cut them quickly. If you don't cut them quickly, there's a problem. But if you cut them fast, you start with one contract, or if you're trading commons, just start with 1% of your account. Small, very small. If you're wrong, you're not out much. If you're right, you add to it. Every TTO. Now look, the same thing I played a 2-1-2. Look, I can see a pullback on the 5-minute candle. I'm going to add on 5 minutes. All right. So if I see a green candle, all of a sudden I see it wicking back down. All right. Stays there for a few seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, a minute, and then it pulls back up and goes solid green. I'm going to add to it because that wick is a pullback on the lower time frames. I can see it. I'll need a 1 minute chart up. You can see it in real time. First target's hit on Zoom. Second target's going to be 364. Third's going to be 364.51. Open. That's open. On days of markets, like the morning time, markets puking, everybody saying, oh shit, it's dying. We're screwed. Love it. I love it. When the whole market's just puking, and I love it. I love it. Because I know it's going to catch a base and go right back up. That's all the time. And if it breaks pivots, it keeps going lower. I guess I'll just short it. It's just that simple. I like for stuff to go certain ways, but I don't let it cloud my judgment when it comes to price action. I'll take something down in the morning, up at noon, and back down in the evening. Don't care. I'll take it 5 different ways if it wants me to. Until it comes all the way back down. See Tom's trying to push up here. Now look, when they puke in the morning, the reason I like them, because they got big red candles that come up. You look at Zoom here. Look on the 60, what is that? Big old red candle. Zoom's still going. All right, big red candles. Big red candles are money.
Roku is reversing too.
Nice. Take it back up. Roku's strong. Yeah. So Roku, we want to make sure we see a first pullback on. I always look for that pullback. Otherwise, it could just start chopping sideways here. But I'd love for it to reverse. Guess what? Big red candle. I would absolutely love it to reverse, and it's strong. That's one reason I was trying to wait to break that or retest on that pivot. I'd love for it to come back down. Monthly target on this thing's $400. It's $50 away. Zoom still ripping and roaring. Zoom, give me my money. They started at 364.52 and then gap fill. Up 40%. This is making a big candle here. It's important to have these pivots in all time frames too. It lets you see different support and resistance levels. And the pivots weren't really important ones. They're not just random. Really important. Jim's coming on up, big solid green bar. Tesla is coming back up here. It found a base. We still need that pullback. There's a pullback right here on the fiber. That wick push up. This is a 2. Start off the inside, going up. All right. Look at it here. The base here. It starts chopping sideways. Comes up. Wicks out. Starts off inside here. It's inside. Now it's coming up. It broke the high here. There's one pullback. All right, so it is starting to reverse here. I'm going to wait to take this thing, and I'll show you where. If you look at the 15, there's a pivot here. It could bounce on this pivot and go lower. All right. Remember, on the 60 here, it's a compound inside bar. All this is still stuck inside, and it is chopping sideways. So we got to always remember that. We can trade inside. All right, we can trade an inside bar. Because there's enough range in there, it's $30 to trade. But you still got to be careful. You got to be careful. Right now, it's just chopping. So to get into Tesla, I really wouldn't want to trade it until it broke back through pivot. You know, I want to see it break at least 614. You know, if I'm going to scalp it for $1 or $2, it's different. There's too many better tickers to try to pull a trade on something. You know what I'm saying? If I have to guess what price is doing, I don't trade it. I'll go to the next one until I find something that's easy to trade. Because even your best setups don't always work. So why trade garbage? If it looks like garbage, don't mess with it. Right now, it looks like garbage. And really, if you're looking at reversals, it might be safer for you to wait on 2 pullbacks. LLY. I might have to swap that now. That burnt me there today. 60%, 20%, 70%, 30%. It was so spready.
Hey, Jerry, there's a play on Pinterest, PINS, right at 70.20. There's a gap fill that goes right up to 76. So maybe we can add an alert for that. If it passes that, it's free play.
Yeah, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Right now it's chopping sideways. Man, it's coming up though. It's a 2-day month. It
Yeah,
broke
it's pretty
through
close.
pivot on the weekly. It's got room to $88. Take a look at it. Right now it's chopping sideways. If it breaks 70.22, we'll take a look at hitting it. It's got to break it because if you look on the 30-15, when it got that pressure, it went back really hard. it can definitely break that and keep going. But yeah, absolutely. We got an alert on that thing. It breaks it. I would give it, 5 or 10 cents above that, not much. We'll take a look. So if I'm taking a break on something like this right here, I want to look at two things. Make sure it's a good solid candle, and then I want to look at volume. I'd like to see volume increase. If volume is decreasing on this break, it could be a bull trap. Sure. You keep eyeing it. Well, I don't know about Etsy. I don't like this. Etsy's in a really tight range on the 4-hour and the daily. It scares me. Well, just in a tight range, you can trade it. But you also get chopped up. Roku's trading sideways right now. We got a pullback, but it pulled right back down the range. So let me show you. Around this time, stuff will start ranging. So here it is. You got a 2 inside. Everything is a 2-1-2. It's a 2-1-2 continuation or a 2-1-2 reversal. That's it. That's all it is. Accumulation, distribution, rest. Accumulation, distribution, rest. That's it. That's all it is. All it is. All right. So it needs to break out of this. All right. So try to go higher, look back down. So we never guess the bottom. Ever, never, ever. Ever, never, never. Here at Trend Tesla. This is trying to do something, man. Still, for me to take anything, I want it's gonna break clear points. So even though Tesla's making higher highs on the 5 minute, I ain't gonna touch it. I'll give up money to get a better entry. I see right now on Tesla, I'm looking at all these things. I see a pivot on the 15. Now, remember, it pivots, they can do 3 or 4 different things here. You always be thinking steps ahead. What ifs? Well, here's what if. Price can come up and blow straight through this thing, probably 622. Price can come up, bounce, and then take a run at it. Price can hit it and then bounce and go lower. And target will be next pivot. First target will be the base. So right now, it's chopping sideways. The whole thing's chopped. I mean, the whole thing's inside. Yeah, but as you step down, there's individual 2-1-2s. See, 2-1-2s, price chops. Here, it breaks down, then it chops, then it breaks down, goes back up, starts going inside, breaks back down, goes inside. Everything's just 2-1-2 continuous reversal. Roku still chopping. All right, let's go look. After I get the money on stuff, I put hard stops in. Or if I'm talking, if I get stopped, I'm gonna be green. All right, so Tesla can retest here and go lower. Who knows? It can break straight through there and go to 622. All right, 2-1. MU still chopping sideways here. Merck's coming up, still inside. It's here on 60. Going up, part of it 125.78. MCQ needs a break 194.30. We'll set it work right there. The only problem is it don't move that much. So sometimes I'll pass up really nice setups because there's not room for much money. That's bad, but that's just how it is. You know, if I want to risk, 50, 60 bucks, I don't want to get a $20 motor. This is about risk to reward. CHD price expanded right here on that pivot. See right now it's double bottom. on Arm and Hammer. One, two. It's shopping sideways right here on the monthly. You don't want to be in that. It's garbage. Garbage. Doji. Wicks. If you see wicks on everything, run away from it. Don't trade it. If you see wicks, a bunch of wicks on any time frame, stay away from it. Period. ECR. Hit base right here on this pivot. You see it? That pivot extends from several days. Look at there. Yeah, man, these pivots are incredible. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Price expanded on it. I'm telling you about the price expansion on these pivots. Here you go. There's an example. It happens. Price expanded, took these stops out. Now guess what? It's coming right back to the top. It's going to come right back up here. And look, as it takes these candles out here, it's going to move up quicker and quicker and quicker. All right, this thing can see $49 today. Watch that. Yes, sir. So NCR, if you're interested in this thing here, it breaks 47.05. You'll be breaking the psych number. Be your entry. You'll be targeting $49. A lot of stops stacked up really nice and neat. Is money, money, money. See in the 5 minute here. The tighter the stops are stacked in there, the better. The better. Absolutely. Yeah. But every time they sell, it bumps the price up. They gotta sell. They gotta sell into it. Those are gonna sell. The longer price stays in a range or consolidates, the bigger the break. Roku's shopping right now. I hope it stays in there another 15 minutes. When it breaks, it could take $1 or $2 down real quick. The longer price stays in this range, the bigger the drop. We're still looking at 343.80 target.
Jerry, if you look at tick cumulative on the SPY, it's starting to turn up.
We should start turning on the buyers.
Jerry, you've been on fire today. You've been an unbelievable teacher.
Yeah, thank you so much, my friend. There's so much information out there. I've just gotta put it out. I'm trying to put just the beans.
But you are right. Most of those straters, they look at stuff after the fact. You're doing it live. You're showing the right chart before the right chart happens.
Yeah. I try to, I don't try to put no fluff in there. I try to, what I say is stuff I use every day. It's like in the resources, everything in the resources, guys, that's in there is stuff I use on a daily basis. If it's in there and I put it in there, it's important. You need to study it and read it. To all the new people in the room, you need to study it, take notes, read it, learn it. Relevant. A lot of people put out a bunch of shit that you'll never use. Just like you go to school, you go to college for 4 years, and you get on the real world, you just throw that stuff to the side. You never use it. This is the real world stuff here. This is real world stuff. All right, let's look at Piton here. They're pretty cheap. Trying to TPO right back to the downside. I've been keeping all day. All right, right now Piton's chopping sideways here. If it breaks this consolidation, that's what it's doing. It's consolidating sideways here. If it breaks pivot, you got to give it some room because remember, price expands on these pivots. It could come right back down. It could go to 108.40 and then pull it right back up as a bear trap. All right, patterns. Every time this thing come up, it pulls right back down. Okay. Now it's making higher lows. So it pulls back down. Let's extend this range here. So I get a target on this thing. The target looks like it'll be around 105, 50, 106, something like that. So Piton breaks 108.45. That'll be short. And there's a pivot on the 60. It's like about 105. Or actually, it's 104.50. All right. People too trying to go down on the 30, 60. All right. It'd be a nice move right here. So it looks like today's gonna be a scalp day. Taking it both ways in choppy chop. Pecan trying to get ready here. Yeah, 15er. TTO, go back down. Get inside all this chop right here. There it is, right there on the 60 inside. That big green candle there. It quickly come down through there. That big old green candle there. Boom. Price can quickly come down to that. Wow, there's no resistance there. To me, a big green candle, NVIDIA, puke, puke, puke. Pukey, puke, puke. Clear. Anyway, there's a bunch of stops stacked here. To me, a big red candle is nothing more than a gap play. Peton, get ready. It's fixing to be short here. NVIDIA, we got our attention here. Peton can move $3. NVIDIA can move 20. All right. NVIDIA is short right now. Target 712. 712. 712 and then 706. And then 703. I would just scalp the hell out of it, to be honest with you. Up 10% SPY. I'd scalp it. Everything's puking. Simultaneous break. Roku. Add to it now. Peton short. SC is short. SC is short right now. NVIDIA short. Scalp them. Amazon short. Pick one and scalp it, just like we do in the morning. NVIDIA target 712. Scalp them. Penny stops. Penny stops. Amazon's best if you set a limit stop on it. Amazon short. Target 3360. You can target it. I'm just going to scalp it. SPY's up 8.7.
Jerry, keep an eye on FedEx. On the 30, it's breaking that pivot.
I got limits on Amazon and NVIDIA. Flip. Retest. FedEx is trying to retest that pivot or bounce. Two inside weekly. Good month. If it's going to reverse, it's going to start right here on the 4 hour. Down to base, pull back, trying to come back up. It is. That's where it's going to start at. Come on, Amazon. Don't you play with me. FedEx trying to come back down right now, too. Up 11%, SPY, 11.8. Amazon up 2%. NVIDIA down 3. Amazon, there we go. Up 5%. Amazon. NVIDIA. I may stop out here. I think it's gonna come on down though. SPY's puking, VIX ripping. Up 13% SPY. 6% Amazon. See a little bit of green on the video. Up 14% SPY. Ooh, ES looks horrible. She going down up 14%. I'm just proud of Amazon and the video ain't just dying. This is trying to take another breakdown. Wait on it. It come on down. Roku looking nice. Roku broke that consolidation right there. It's good for another $3. Amazon, don't you play? Come on down another day. Up 7% Amazon. The video fixing to cut. Come on, Amazon. Still in the video, I'm gonna give it some room here. My stop's gonna be at 7:14. Let's see, I'll put it right here on these candles. Right here, let me show you where my stop's gonna be at, how I set it. Important. It's not a penny price. It's based on support and resistance. So I'm gonna look for as many candles as I can see. So right off the bat, there's a group of candles right here. All right, I'm looking at the bodies. All right. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 touches there. Touches here. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a couple bodies there. All right, my stop's at that point there. I'm gonna give it 10 cents above this line. There's my stop. That's it. All right. That's how I find my stops. Because look, if it hits that, it'll trigger it real quick back to the upside. All right. It could act as support. It could act as resistance. Amazon got limited out of Amazon. Piton's still working. Roku's still working. Still in the video here. Let's see what she do. Up 20%. SPY. That's what I'm talking about. SPY target, if you're in it with me. I'm aiming for the base of these pivots here. 423.16. I have moved the stop up on SPY. I like SPY because you can have really tight stops on it.
You
Nobody
think
trying
that,
to-
Jerry, on SPY, you think they're just trying to take out that first 60-minute candle on SPY?
Oh yeah, that's the target. 423.60. Yes, sir. You know, I don't know. The thing about SPY is it's chopping. It's moving, but it's just barely moving. Like on the broader spectrum of things. You look at the 60 here, it's just chop, chop. Just chop, chop. Price expanded here. Right like that. You look at this thing though. It's chopping sideways. Even though it's expanded there, it's still just chopping sideways. It starts all the way over here. All this is inside. Number 2 there. All this is inside that. It expanded a little bit. I don't care about that. Yeah, so if it breaks, the first target is this bottom, this green candle here. Your second target, third target is pivot. And you know, it needs a pullback on the higher time frames. It don't have to get one. It don't have to get one at all. Tesla short here. Tesla is short, gonna scalp Tesla. Amazon coming on there. Look, the market's choppy, I'm gonna scalp. Just cause shit can keep on going down, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care how far down it can go. When the market's choppy, I'm taking profits. Amazon, I'm not into Amazon no more, I learned it out. Target's still 33.59. If I was you and the market's choppy, I would take money when I get ready. The video is still trying to come down slowly. Tesla's short here. No. Tesla is short. Target's still 600 on this thing. I am going to be scalping Tesla too. So look, 2 chop sideways breaks. All right, if I can pull 8% out of Tesla, I'll do it. And small wins add up. Just got to alert on lows. Solid trying to break down. NVIDIA Doji still in it. Lowe's is breaking. Lowe's is short right now. Man, Lowe's is coming on down there. You see this consolidation here? It could expand just a little bit and push right back through. Target on it's going to be at least 186. So really tight range. Might be safer. We call it 186. It's short though right now. Lows are short. Tests are still working. Lows is short, boys and girls. Lows is short. Tests is still working. Tests is still short. NVIDIA working. Give my damn money. Don't you play with me. Dude, we slaying it every day, Corey. We kill it every day. We don't play. Over 7%. Got a trail stop on Tesla. I don't care if I get stopped out now or not. Give me my money. No bid working. Target on the video is still pivot low. 712.07. I'll give her some room here. Up in the beans, low still working. Pecan is still working. Roku is still working. Over. This is still working. Oh, the video's at target. All right, I had moved a hard stop down and a limit. If I get another flush here, I'll sell that. I don't give a shit. I'll take $4. SPY up 30%. Thank you, sir. SPY hit target. Let's see if they hit the next target. Simultaneous break. NVIDIA going. Tesla going. Myrna's short. Crazy, man. Lowe's still working. Peaton's still working. Here goes Roku. Ain't nobody do what I do. Nobody do what I do. Up 60% Roku. Roku give me 100 today. Next target on SPY for 23.16, up 29.38%. Add a test. Add a video. See what I'm Pecan, see right there. Green machine. He's gonna pull back there. Oh, you. Nobody do what I do. Zoom, 2 down. 15. Zoom been chopping today. You can short Zoom. Target be the base that green candle. 15. Now I took SPY earlier. SPY. I'm gonna put a hard stop on it right this second. Not interested in giving you it back. Let's see if she goes to the moon. All right. I got
Yeah,
stuff at
so
SPY.
SPY did that outside bar on that 60. Maybe now, a compound outside bar, maybe they turn around, take it the other way now.
Yep, yeah, I just got stuff at a spot. I'm happy. I'm happy with it. I got stuff at a Lowe's too, it's like. So when I'm in the money pretty good, I'll put a hard stop on stuff, unless I use a trail stop. On the bigger tickers, I'll use trail stops, so I can catch as much as I can, catching spikes on. Roku, I'm in it for the long haul. It's been consistently moving down. There's no reason to put a tight stop on it. This other stuff that's been chopping, Tesla, NVIDIA, Amazon, been chopping. All right, been very volatile today. You want to use tight stops on. SPY, let it run. And it is what it is. Roku's been consistently moving down. It had some chop in it, but you see it. It curled over here on the fiber. It's coming down, it starts to flatten out. When it flattens out, it starts chopping. All right, SPY broke, it pushed it down. Longer it consolidates, the bigger the break. So throughout the day, it's just a bunch of 2-1-2. So it goes 2. It starts to chop sideways a little bit, it breaks down again, starts chopping sideways again, breaks down, now it's chopping sideways again. It'll probably do it again. Break, sideways, break, sideways, break, sideways. Just over and over and over. Target on Roku, still pivot low. Now look, it could expand here and we could take it up at 1 o'clock, all the way back through. All the pivot machine gun. It'll quickly come up through there. Quickly. Get rid of this right here. Let me show you. Let me show you what we do. All right. Price expands on these pivots. They do. All right. Price can come down, break through, take out these stops right here. And then go right back up. All right. And go right back up. Expansion. All right. Now look, it breaks this right here. That's a clear break. So say it breaks, retest, comes back down. As soon as it crosses here, you can add to it or go short if you're not in it. It'll be the next pivot low. Will be target. So you can target individual candles or pivot. So see this pivot here is in the middle of that candle there. I'm going to target that pivot there. I don't care about the candle. Because over here, there's resistance support right there. These pivots are very powerful. Very powerful. Hell, you see them work every single day. They work. And for people on some of the strats, saying that they're useless is just ignorant. Yeah. Also, price don't even have to wick. It don't even have to look. When price comes down here, it can do 1 of 3 things. It can shoot straight through it. Boom. It can hit it, bounce, go lower. It can hit it and reverse. Okay. So we're watching this very carefully here. And I am going to start my stops up too right now. Stop, gonna be right here on top of this candle, in between these 2 candles right here. Let me show you. My stop is gonna be between these 2 as I get close to target. Right? Because I know price can come down here and do a few different things. I know it can, I know it does. Pulls back, comes down, it can start chopping sideways and then finally reverse, or it could chop sideways and finally pew. Perfect, beautiful. Etsy slowly grounded. Etsy might be short here. I just don't like Etsy, and here's why. Can you make money with it? Yeah. You can, but here's the problem with it. First, there's a bunch of pivots right here below it. But look at the damn 4 hour and the daily. If you want to get ate up, this is how you get ate up. Now, if we can trade this compound inside bar here, because there's plenty of range. Here's a 2. All of this is inside this candle right here. Right here. It's all inside that. All this is inside that. Right? This makes it a compound inside bar. It fits inside that bar there. As long as it's ranging, it's hard to trade. If this is on a 5 minute, 15, 30, 60, you stay away from it. Because it, first of all, it would be that wide, but you would get ate up in here. And plus, look at it. It's right in the middle. It's not bouncing, you know, we get a couple bounces, but right now it's stuck right in the middle of this thing. So, you know, if it was making, you know, it bounced a few times, but right now it's stuck right in the middle of it. It's not making, it ain't bouncing. Right? So what it's saying is we can do whatever the hell you want to do in this range. Whatever, whenever. Your better entries on the break of this pivot high here. The pivot low here. It breaks that pivot low, first target's going to be here. Okay. And if it breaks the pivot high, magnitude's going to be this pivot here. Yeah. So when you're in range on a higher time frame, you can trade it. It's enough room. But you better be aware of it. You got to see how prices reacted in this range. Baidu did that for a while. And look, look here, I'll tell you something else. The longer price consolidates, the longer price ranges, the bigger the break. All right. When this thing decides to break out of this range here, it's going to be massive. It's going to be a big old push. It's been in this range for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks. And if you want to look at it on the weekly, it's like this. There's one big candle. All this is inside of it. So, one candle. All this is inside that candle. Let's see what type of consolidation. Look at that question here. Let's see what she does. Roku consistently pulling down all that. Other SE still pulling down all that. AMC's rolling over. I still think it's so strong. It is. It wicked out on the 60. We wicked down. Good. Quick come all the way back down. I've got a stop on it. My stop's at 60.40. Lisa, appreciate you. Okay, appreciate you. Yep. Yeah, Tim, he's awesome. Tim, he's the one that takes care of all the YouTube stuff, and he helps with the Zoom. he makes scan. I mean, Tim, he's great. Corey's a great trader as well. There's a lot of good people in this room. Tim, man, I really appreciate that guy though. He helps a lot too. There's so many people do so much stuff on here. It's incredible. Good community overall. Thank you very much.
Always here to help, Jerry. Always here to help.
I appreciate you very much. All right, Etsy guys, remember, price expands on these pivots. Let's pull this up where I'm reading the messages here. I want to show you this. This is something to be. You always want to have this in the back of your mind of what can happen on these pivots. They're so powerful, man. I'm telling you. So price expansion starts over on these pivots. So the top one, you don't really have to worry about so much, you know, the bottom one. We know price expands on these pivots here. So you see it broke through, which would, anybody that took it short, as soon as it went short, as soon as it went down there, they'd be trapped right now. All right. Now, if I went short on that line, I wouldn't. My stop would be, see how them two candles right there lined up? My stop would be right there on those. All right, so I just want to show you for stops, my stop's sake. But see how these two candles lined up there? Very close. So my stop would be right on the bodies, not the wicks. Okay, stop would be there. And then just 10 cents below that. That's my stop. That's it. If it breaks that, then there's a problem. There's something wrong. Just cut it. And look, say it hits my stop. It comes back through and tries to go short again. I would take it short instantly back in the same place I would have took it to begin with. Tesla's going back down again. So Tesla's short again here. You want to scalp it. Tesla is short again. Just scalp. Market's choppy. Roku coming right back down again. Probably going to add the Roku here. It needs to break that too, 15. Man, Roku's paying nicely today. Price can expand on these pivots. All right, stop would be there. I just want to show you where the stop is. I'm not saying that's where my stop. I'm not even at Etsy, but that's how I find my stops. Or I put them. I place them on the top of any candles. The more candles I can put that on, the more candles that line up. It looks like it even lines up all the way over here. All right. So it would hit some of these candles here too. It would hit this candle. It hit the bottom of that candle too. So to be a real trend line, it needs to touch at least 3 times. And the more times it touches, the more relevant it is. So it becomes support or resistance either way. But the main thing to take away is price expands on these pivots here. So say when it hits, there's a target, hit or target. Okay. Price can expand and go back through. So if you're going to take it short, what you want to see is price break through, and you really want to see it retest to go short, or at least one pullback to the downside. You can take it as soon as it crosses the low. But if you're not in this shit and you're seeing this, which I won't be in it right now anyway, but you see it start to wick out and come back up, all you gotta do is wait on the wick up, pull back, gone. As soon as it crosses, all right, they'll take out this stop, this stop, this stop, this stop, target. That's it. Roku added to it, Aaron. We got 3 ads on Roku. Got me some money, Roku. Mm, 31 contracts deep, Roku. Yeah, Jerry is one. That's right. Give me my money. Give me my money. Lowe's. Let's take a look. Yeah, AMC is looking like it's fixing to stop me out here. I still think it'll keep going. But I'm not gonna sit around. I'm not gonna give up no money on it. Waiting on it. Hey Max, the mic is really, it's probably 2 or 3 inches away from my mouth. How does it sound? Okay, thanks, Joseph. Yeah, it's a headset. It is the A10. It's the A10 Astro. Now I have a Blue Parrot mic. I've got the Blue Parrot Snowball Ice. Yeah, Blue Snowball Ice. I got that mic. I think somebody said it seems to pick up too much background noise. I don't know. It sounds pretty good. All right, thank you. Yeah, it's a headset. I got it closer to my mouth. Is that better? Of course, I'm Southern, so it might have something to do with it. It might sound like I got a mouthful of tobacco. I probably do half the time. That could be the problem. What's wrong with his mic? It's nothing. He's redneck. What do you mean by upper or lower? Sorry. Oh, lower. Lower. Copenhagen, wintergreen. Here, I'll show you how redneck I am. I'll send a picture in Discord. I'm not gonna leave it, but you can look at it. This is my office. I'm gonna post it in general chat. There you go. There's a picture for you. I'll leave it up for a couple minutes. Your office is not complete without one of those. Okay, I put it right on my mouth right there. Does that sound test? Is that better? I can adjust. There's some adjustments I could do on the Zoom. Let's see. Let me get to those right quick. And I can adjust volume. That might help.
Your sound is perfect.
It's perfect. Okay. Okay, thank you. It's right close to my mouth now.
Everything's perfect, Jerry. Sounds perfect.
Okay, thank you so much. Oh, I didn't post a picture. There we go. Now it's posted.
I got one of those, but it's sawed off, and in New Jersey, it has to be sawed off.
Yeah.
Where you from? Texas?
Tennessee.
Oh, okay.
Tennessee. I don't need it. I got 2 Dobermans. They usually keep the people at bay. I live in a good neighborhood. I don't have to worry about it anymore. Nowadays, you just never know. So as we get that bounce right there off pivot low, as price starts to expand, we're getting a green candle here. VIX pull all the way back with a hand, or pull back down the shooter, and SPY's coming back up with a hammer. QQQ's hammering off the base with a 2. I start seeing some cover on some of this. So Roku, I'm gonna start to cover here. I want to get him back. NVIDIA hammer. Oh, get a small pullback. There's one pullback on the 15. Still been choppy as I'll get out today. So still want to be real careful on stuff. Etsy could get a really nice reversal. And Roku, I'm still looking to take Roku long. So we had a nice move on Roku yesterday. And if it comes back through, it'll quickly come up through this range at pivot machine gun. So sometimes it'll wick down on these pivots. Sometimes it'll just get close. Let's pull this one up. All right, they don't have to break through, okay? The bounce. So right here on this pivot high, pivot low, target. Stop's gonna be right here on this thing. A little bit down here. In between these 2 candles here. Amazon trying to come back up. 2-2 hammer. The 2-2 hammers are very powerful. They're a signal that starts the reversal on the 15. All right, see how price expanded? Well, it didn't even expand really, but price it's holding to the pivot. You see it. Anytime you see a pivot, a lot of times you'll either see on the pivot low hammer, a bounce with a hammer, almost every single time, or a shooter off the top. It's crazy. It shows you that that's price rejection on a hammer. Okay. Oh shit, Lockheed Martin coming up. Big red candle. We're looking for a reversal on this thing. Otherwise, we'll see continuation. If it breaks that pivot there, I'll take the stops out and keep going lower. So right now, we're just waiting. I'd love to see this thing break up and come up these stops here. It'll happen. I don't know when, but it will happen. It could happen today. All right, let's pull that out. LMT coming up quickly. Coming up that big red candle. So Lockheed Martin's long targets. I don't know if I can get in it right now. It'll probably hit it. There's a 90% chance it'll hit 39, 391, 88. It'll probably hit pivot high here. It does it quite a bit. Lockheed Martin's really known for its country westerns. You see price consolidates on Lockheed Martin here. It finally breaks out, retest going. Let me show you. All right, here's a break and a retest. Price expanded right here. Pivot high, expansion. Price breaks it here, gap up, retest it, that's a retest it there. And it came back down, still chopping inside. Target's only the top of this red candle here. If it breaks the top of that red candle, the high, then we could see here and here. And it could, you know, we can do this. But it broke out its consolidation. The longer the price stayed in there, the bigger the break. Roku trying to shoot it back down, still chopping sideways here. Yeah, so Lockheed Martin probably gonna get there. I'm not gonna take it because I don't want it. I'm not gonna risk 30, 40 bucks for an 80-cent move. It just ain't gonna happen. Even though it's a 90% probability that it will work. So Lockheed Martin 31230. Free setup. If that was a $4 move to the top of that red candle, I'd jump in without hesitation. Very confident it's gonna get there. Oh, well, Philip. It's okay. It's all good, Matt. I appreciate you very much, though. Swing trade setups. Yeah, let's look at some of those. You want to example Twitter? Yeah. Did I post a U1? Let's take a look. All right, we'll look at some swings. I got a scan here too. I'll post in the chat. And I got a couple of scans I made for swings. Give them away. Give them away. Lockheed Martin's going to see 391.88. If it breaks that, I'll take a look at taking it for that 396 move. Okay? Now, if you want to get in Lockheed Martin early, you can. But when it comes up to this point here, it can break out and then pull right back through. So there's always that possibility. You could get in long, targets 391.88. I would pull my stuff up tight just in case it pull back against you. It's long right now. I'm not going to get in it though. All right, let's take a look at one. Okay, U1. Yeah, so U1, I wanted to take this one long yesterday. Looks like it's failing right now, but I'll show you. They've always got to hit a certain point where I take them. Sometimes they won't hit it. I'll never get in it. But yesterday it was 2-1. It's up and I'm on. It's moving up, right? It broke above this one. All right. So if I want to, you can come up and see 54.16. So I'm looking at inside. Okay. Now this candle looks different now. But yesterday we didn't see this candle here. It was going. It was just a 3-1. All right. So we was hoping if we got a signal on the lower time frame, consolidation break inside break on the lower time frame, target would be here. All right. With a possibility of going to maybe possibly $54. Big move. Because the big red and green candles are money. There's especially a gap, there's no resistance there. Price can quickly retrace all the way to the top. And we see it's been making big moves on these candles. So there is a great chance that it can make a big move in a day. So entry was 22.38 on that. It never triggered. Let's look at some more. I got some scans here. So that, drop this. All right. Not that one. All right, first let me look at this. This is a pivot skin I made that found the bottom. All right, a price expansion. All right, so the Airbnb. Found them basing off the 4 hour. Oh, no, I gotta go to the all right. The video trying to come back up. Roku's rolling. Airbnb. Consolidate on a 4 hour. At the top of range. You try to stick its head up there a little bit, pull right back. Yeah. So now if it fails here, it can go back to gray. The longer consolidation, bigger break. When this thing decides to break out, it's gonna be a massive break. Then you can pivot machine gun up through there. It's in an uptrend on the weekly inside month. So you can push up, pull back on a hammer, going up. It's trying to come up slowly. Still needs that break. Now it needs to break 153. 58 needs to break the high this can on the 4 hour. Anyway, let's let me just say that. Okay. Not final. All right. Swings, here we go. Open. That's what F. Amazon coming up with a hammer. Amazon looks really good to come back to. Now, the last few days at close, Amazon shoots up 20, 30 bucks. All right. What's on it? Here, 2, 3. The last 3 days at close, or 2 days. At close, it's ran up. There's a possibility it could do it today. Right now, it's chopping sideways here. 15, it 2-2 to off pivot. Remember, there's resistance right here, so we want to see it break that resistance 77. Still chopping. Let's see here. You can take it when it breaks 33.77. Your first target would be the top of this wick here, 83. The video's trying to come back up. All right, let's look at this one. This one here. Thank you, flag. All right, see the month on there, 2-2 up. Just come out of the pullback here. All right, 2 up, 2 down. The thing's moving. Clearly moving up in an uptrend. Here's your pullback. So target would be the top of 50.96. Get in it, we go to lower time frames. All right, it is making one of those lower highs. So we're gonna make a break of this thing. So really, it needs to break $51 for you, or I would even take it. All right, so that's how I've done the entry on that one. Bud. 2-2 month. Coming back through, we got some big red candles here to come up there. Magnitude 107, 102. Looking for good uptrend, pulling back. It broke pivot today. All right, it's pulling back. Needs a retest and hold. It can push up, it can break and retest all in one candle today. I want to say that. It needs to break it back above 79.70. Take a look at it. Look at the lower time frame. There's a push up retest on the 60. See, this one's just not a very big move with that. That was on the radar yesterday as well. And we had to follow through with it, but It just wasn't, I didn't know. 321, there's a pullback inside. Now you want to try to target the one that's coming back up through these rectangles. You want to try to catch it at the base and take it back through and quickly push up through there the further away it is. But it needs to be going back up. Right? So on this one, you can wait on a pullback and take it long. So you're going to set targets on these things that alert you when price is moving your direction. Through the day, if I'm looking at tickers and it looks like it could be setting up for an entry in the future, I'll go ahead and mark it. Lockheed Martin's almost the first target here. Lockheed Martin. I'll get that quick. I knew it was a very high probability trade. Target still 391, 85, 90. So just a few pennies away from there. Wish, yeah. It's better to run this skin here in the evening time. Let me go down here. Here we go. Down a lower time frame or in the negatives. So the stuff that's down the most on the day is we're gonna find a better swing flows. Let me say that one sells. You gotta look at each one. You gotta make sure it's setting up. All right, there's a hammer, push up on it, inside the weight. It's kind of choppy. So if it looks choppy, you can't determine exactly what the price is doing, just skip it. We're gonna put up another shooter. That's my down trend. You're kind of second. Shoot, this thing might go back down here. XP. Workforce. The video trying to come back up with a Momo hammer. 15. Lockheed Martin hit target. Workforce. Consolidating right here in 5 minutes. 130. Man, there's a lot of shooters on the month. All right, see it break through here and retest. This thing try to go short. Workforce. Yeah. So we'll set and we're on this thing right here. We go short. I think I want to take a Workforce. So if it breaks below 1365, it'll be short. Target's going to be 1250. NVDA. NVDA is trying to come back up. See it base and made a double bottom on the 15er. Right back through. Target's going to be set at 2081. You got 1, 2, 3 pullbacks on this thing. It's super choppy still though. So. Pins breaking. Thank you. One takes over high day for 300. Thank you, sir. I'm doing the gas right now. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, great job, Max. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Now it can break through that limit. Does one of 3 things when it hits them pivots. Pop straight through it. It can bounce off of it, then take another run at it and take off, or it can reverse. All right, see what I'm doing here? So it hit target here, pull it up. Now it's got the potential to keep going here. But there's always 3 things that can happen. I knew it would hit that, but all right, you 1 of 3 things here. Shoot straight through, hit it, break through a little bit, come back down and then go. Or it can stick out a bit and then reverse completely as price expands. Because remember, price expands off these things. Price expansion on top of them. Yeah. Now look. Now we take these things up and down and up and down and up and down. It starts to come back down. If it reverses, all right, rejects, you wait on that first pullback, the downside, target, 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 target. So it can come back down, take out these stops, and then go right back up. Look at it reject like clockwork. Happens all the time. Now, so it didn't break straight through, so there's only two more things to do. Test, pull back, rip, or test, pull back, the downside. Put machine gun down. All right, so you're gonna wait. Now you wait on a pullback to the upside or a pullback to the downside. So you're gonna see a pullback up, or you're gonna see pullback to the downside. And make a little high. Video coming up through. Low is still puking, pulling back slightly now. Low still, or Roku's still down there. Still in. Little choppy chop. All right. The swing scan's stuffing right now. So. Headaches. Taking her high, her low, about two down, two up. Side, where I'm at. Two. Yeah, if FedEx wants to come up, it can see 301. You gotta be careful with it. Be careful with it. Or price expansion. Price can expand on these things. Be nice to get a retest on it though. All right. Push up, bounce, and then go. Be nice. Or it could just TTO. It could just TTO, who knows? Nice stuff. Weird break of pivot though, it's nice. Great for step. All right, let's take a look. All right, Lockheed Martin trying to push back up there. Yeah. Push up, pulls back, trying to come back clear. If it breaks it back above 392, we'll give it 392.20. Volume's increasing, it could take it on through. See volume rolling in here? People take note when they break these pivots. Believe it. All right, take a look at Lowe's. We took Lowe's short earlier. This could be trying to 212 back down 15. I still got a measure move on at 60. Lowe's shopping sideways at the moment here. But to pivot. Still got room to 180. Say, first start to be 186.52. Pretty tight range. Market. Hold on. All right, test. We're gonna scalp test again and see. Let's see what she does. Test chopping sideways right now. We need a break, a clear break. 604.15. I'm gonna give it probably 604, 603.99. Look at site number. It's so close to that site number. I'd let it break that. Yeah. All right. Another thing I like to do right here. Let's just close this out. Also, if you look for swings, you can pull up this Bob list. XOM looking really good. This is the best of the best tickers. You can have clean charts on the month weekly. Clean price action. All right, see on the daily here, tested 3 times. All right. And it's failed. Each time it tested it and failed, it pulled back. They're making higher lows, so this pullback won't be as hard. It's ready to push through. Awesome. The video is coming back through range. COP. Okay. Same thing, price expand on that weekly there. All these oils would be good swings. Look at that tight range. Facebook look good this morning. Copy right now. Making higher lows start to make a higher high now. That pushes that P in the 5 minute. A lot of dojis looking rough on the 60. This is fall time. Fall time's making moves. Inside 212 up, getting higher highs on the weekly. All right, see right here on the daily, push up, retest, trying to go back up. 4 hour, clean retest. All right, so pushed up, retested, the price expanded, now it's trying to come back up. If it breaks this, target's going to be 138. It is rolling back up too. Nvidia's still strong. Amazon coming back up. Lockheed Martin making new highs here. Not new highs, but it broke. Lockheed Martin's long. I'm taking it through long haul. Qualcomm, keep an eye on that. A couple pullbacks on it. Qualcomm, computer machine gun right up to 137.38. So see, if I was gonna set up for Qualcomm, if I was watching my charts, I'd wait until it broke this level here. Selling candlestick there, a lot of resistance there, and it broke it here. So that's a long entry. Qualcomm is long right now. Target's gonna be 137.38. All right. You can wait on the first pullback to get in. Amazon. Amazing. Amazon slowly grinding. Safer entries when it breaks 33.77. All right. LMT. We need a retest on the top side now. Come on. It came above. Having a lot of problems getting above 392.06. Retest. Retest and denial. Amazon. Wow. Goodness. Ooh, nice. Hands really need to break that 70-60. He's trying though. To push up, retest on the 5-er. She's coming. I'd say she's definitely gonna hit it. All right. Amazon's long. Amazon is long right now. That's gonna make it up. Amazon long, boys and girls. Targets first this candle right here. Oh, very early. First target, 84. NVIDIA to the moon. The moon is written. Into reversal, target on NVIDIA, 720. All right, I'll wait on Amazon. Cross this high, this candle here. Take entry. I gotta break certain spots where I'll take them. I missed out on some of the move, but I want confirmation. All right. On top of that, it's chopping sideways in this market right here. Up 6%, 10%. Let me show you. A bunch of problems right there. Entry. Stop. Right there. Remove the stop. Now we're on top of this candle here. All you do. We're gonna add to Amazon as soon as it goes 212 here. As soon as it crosses this high, as soon as it crosses that wick. I'm gonna add to it. Target this wick.
You trade options or just the stocks?
Oh, options, 100%. Yeah, I can make a lot more money for You know, $2,500, I own 100 shares of Amazon.
Yeah, I agree.
If you had to buy, man, if you had to buy 34,000 for 100 shares, a little bit safer. You know, if you had the money, it's safer to buy common.
I'd prefer options myself, but I got a small account.
Yeah, you can still make money. Like if you're getting something, if you target something that's got at least a 30-cent delta, you can make a lot of money. And with Amazon, it moves so much. You could target. I mean, you could get probably 20-cent delta. $10 move will give you $200.
Thanks for the insight.
You're welcome. Yeah. Yeah, so you could be out of money and still make a lot. Big's pulling up here, we're getting pullbacks. Just shaking you out. Just shaking you out. The SPY's ticking up here. They're just shaking out weekends, all they're doing. Shaking out the weekends. But the market's dirty. They're dirty as hell. Scare you out and it goes back in the direction you want to go. They're dirty. The video's still rocking here. Market's trying to come back up. Come on, Amazon, give my money here quick. All right, Lockheed Martin rejected. All right, I've got a hard stop in place here. Let's go look at Lockheed Martin. All right. Into the three scenarios when it comes. Oh yeah, I gotta say this too. After 11, between 11 and 11:30 afterwards, these breakouts fail 80% of the time. Pivot breaks fail 80% of the time. Remember that. So we know when price comes up. Look, if this thing, all right, pins hit 70.62. Pins looks like it might be long here. Good day. Anyway, price expanded on that pivot. Yeah. Made a higher high than it fell. The price expanded. Now, when we're on that pullback, there's a pullback there. It can come back down, break to the base here, and then come right back up. Price expands, starts over. So, just like that. Okay. So when price comes up to those spots there, they do one of three things. In the morning time, as soon as price crosses this thing, I would hit it without hesitation. After 11 o'clock, you gotta take more caution. When price comes up to here, it always does one of three things. It'll shoot straight through it. It'll hit it, pull back slightly, and then rip, take another run at it, or it'll hit it, you'll look out, pull back, and then just reverse. You want to be aware of what happens and what it's doing and why it's doing it, and what's the possibility. Right now, Lockheed Martin's reversing here. You can take it short when it crosses. You can take Lockheed Martin short and crosses 391.15 because there's a pullback right happening right now. It's the inside. All right. So look here. It's inside right now. All right. So it's a 2-1. As soon as it crosses this, it becomes a 2-1-2 continuation. All right. So it'll be a 2-1-2 before the candle's done forming. This is trying to break here to go short right now. So you want to take it when it crosses the low here. And you can right back click, but you want to wait, I'll give it some more. I like to see a green bar and pull back. This is consolidating on the 15, trying to break it back down right now. All righty. This is consolidating sideways here. Yeah, that's just a 2, 2, 1. We'll see a continuation or reversal here. It could go either way still. We'll take it short. It needs to break this pivot, and it needs, you don't want to take it as soon as it breaks it. You got to give it some room. You also want to see if volume's starting to increase. You want to see it start to curl. If it's going down on a break, it could just be manipulation. It could just be a bear trap or a bull trap. All right, it can wick down just enough to trap you in there and then pull right back and start chopping sideways again. Yeah, same thing on the way up. So price pushed up on low volume, it could just be a trap. You gotta be aware of their tricks. Now look, it's tested 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. So look, it can come right back down. Yes, it can come down here and just start and just chop until it decides to go at the bottom or go at the top. They can do either. They can do a 2, 1, 2 reversal, 2, 1, 2 down. Whoa, chop fast, chopping sideways. Zoom, chopping sideways. Lowe's trying to TTO back to the downside. All right, Tesla's it's trying to be short right this second here. Let's see. I'll walk you down 400,000. We want to make sure it don't look back up. It's pulled up here. And in morning time, I'd hesitate. I wouldn't hesitate 1 second to jump in this. Yeah. They're dirty. They trick you. The target price can expand here. Usually about this. If it pulls back here and goes back red, I'll take it short here. Just for a scalp. Tesla's short right now. All right, Tesla's short. Let me throw this out. Oh, no. Target's still 600 or no 598. I've been calling it all damn day. You can't be in something too long. The market's chopping. Up 4% Tesla. 5%. 6.2. It can pull back just as fast, so you better lock in some profits. 9%. I got a limit stop in. Let's see if it'll hit it. Now look, there's a target at 601.52. So what she wants to do here. Volume, it's a low volume. So look, I'll show you my stop is. It's not exactly there. I'll show you. In between these 2 candles there. With options, there's no, it's hard to kind of set stops. It's right here between these 2 candles. Right there. That's where the stop is. Up 14, shit, 17%. I'm trying to move my limit up. I'll move my limit, I'll move my limit stop up until I get ran over. Once it starts to pull back, then I'll just push the stop up. Roku's still grinding, boys. I'm gonna move my stop on Roku. Come on, Tesla, push back down. Give me a solid red bar here. Stop me out. Let's go. Limit me out. Something. 4%. Okay. No. Stop that. I limited it out. I'll take it. I ain't gonna be greedy with it. I try to push it up. It just wasn't fast enough. So I'm at a Tesla. It's got about 14%, 15%. Where I got to stop. I limited. Now you skip Tesla. Let me talk. All right. Consolidation break. Take it down. Don't be greedy. Target still 598 on this thing. And I tell you what, if it breaks 598, she's gone. 598 takes it to 583. All right. You can literally scalp Tesla all day and make a living. All right, look at Roku. Look quite a bit on Roku. 31 contracts. Now, I want to show you where I put my stop at. I don't care if I get stopped at. I'm fixing to actually get stopped at right now. Let me show you real quick. Amen. Okay. Okay, I got stopped out. Let me show you where my stop is though. Right here. It's right here on pivot. Now, if you want to go lower, I don't care. But to understand that price expands on these things, I'm not going to give much back. Price can expand on this thing right here and go right back through range. So price chop, it came down. The 2 chopped sideways here. 2, 1. Now it can go lower without a doubt. Okay. I'm just tired of this chop. So put my stop there. Once it broke this low here, price can come back up or it'll probably still go down. I don't know. I don't care. It broke the low, it could expand and come right back up to range. Tell you this though, if it breaks down below this, you can enter a little short. But see how it chops sideways here? It breaks the low, long as the consolidation breaks the break. So it breaks down by $1. Okay, it's a pretty good break, 5-minute chart. All right. Now we can start chopping sideways again here. And then in another 30, 60 minutes, it could break another $1 and then start chopping. And then break another 50 cents to $1. I don't want to sit through it. I don't want to sit through it. Roku's still pushing. Oh, well. Tesla, same thing. Breaks back to below 602.26, we might take it short again. We need some movement. And the problem is it just came out of consolidation, which means it can go right back into consolidation. All right. So look, the longer the price stayed in this range right here, the longer price ranges, the bigger the break. So it chopped here for a while. Okay. Then it breaks. It breaks on the pivot. Okay. We made sure it was a break. Okay. It wasn't just a pullback. It wasn't just a false break. But sometimes they'll wick down to trap you. And they'll pull back. Okay. Right now it's in the middle of a pullback. All right. You can hit it again as soon as it crosses below this low. All right. So it makes you the other downside. Target still that pivot on the 60. Okay. Roku's still going low here. I don't care. I'll never be upset for taking profits because I've taken profits to see the thing just go against you instantly. So I've also taken profits to see it keep ripping. I don't care. Don't care.
Your name is Jerry, right?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Jerry, Joe from Tampa, Florida.
Hey, how you going?
How long you been trading, man?
I started March of last year. So about 14 or 15 months.
Oh, okay. And you, how long you start? When did you start the strat?
Probably about 6, 7 months ago.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, you been trading for a while or?
Off and on, just messing around, and I've been trying to get into it the last probably 6, 8 months here.
Yeah.
Haven't been too profitable yet. I just joined your group, so I found the strat first, then I ran into you, I guess on Twitter, and I think I mentioned to you in one of the texts that you make more sense than those other guys trading on this strat, you know.
I appreciate that. So what do you think about the room so far? You like it or?
I love the room. I mean, I'm getting the feel for it right now, you know, trying to follow you, keep up with you and all that. And you know, hopefully soon I could start trading along with you. I got a small account though too,
That's
so
okay. It's a lot to take in. The thing with a small account, you know, there's 3 stages a trader has. And the first stage is, you know, execution. Build your account. Let it compound. Take small ones. Look, $10 here, $20 there, $50 here. Adds up really quickly. All right. And the more you add to it, the bigger the contracts you can buy. Friday's your best friend as long as you have tight stops.
What's your best friend?
Fridays.
Oh, Fridays. Yeah.
Option Fridays, yeah. AMC breaking down here. But Lockheed Martin's short here too. We're gonna take it through and go back down through range. But so you got first you're gonna grow your account, take profits quickly. The second stage is staying in the trend longer. That first TTO. So when you get in a trade, the first pullback, they call it TTO, but the first pullback, profit take, whatever you want to call it, you could be red just a little bit before it bounces and goes higher. Now on that first pullback, you're red. It can do 1 or 2 things. It could pull back and then go back in your direction. And when it crosses the high, that's when you can add to it. But the first thing is being able to sit through that first pullback to take in, so you can get the longest, so you can stay in the position the longest as you possibly can. So you got to basically train yourself emotionally to stay in that during that first pullback. And then
a lot of times after that first pullback, you get cheaper options too, right?
Yeah, you get cheaper options, but yeah, so if you could do that, so you stay in the trend longer. But then the third stage is now execution's good, you're staying in the trend longer. Now this is when you start adding. Tesla short again here. Tesla is short again. But yeah, you want to stay in the trend as long as you can.
Right.
Yeah. But the first stage is just taking profits. You can grow a small account. Yeah, so I'm growing a small account right now, and I'm documenting it to show people that it's very possible to take a small account with small losses.
Right.
Yeah,
When did you start doing the room?
probably 4 or 5 months ago. Yeah,
I guess you gotta have a knack for that, doing that, right?
yeah, I like it. I like doing
Yeah,
it. Trading and stuff.
you seem like you enjoy what you're doing, so that's a
I
good
love
thing.
it. Yeah, I love doing it. Yeah, it's fun. It's just fun for me. I like it.
Don't have to
Because I
worry
got a
about
big mouth. So.
don't don't have to worry about going to a 9 to 5, right?
Yeah, exactly, man. I could take this anywhere. I could take
That's
this
what I-
anywhere.
That's what I'm trying to avoid right now, going back to a 9 to 5. So
Yeah. Dude, if you put in the work, you always get out what you put in. Man, if you
Right.
put it in there, all the knowledge is right here in this room. And I suggest going to resources too and start at the top, work your way down. Focus on the stuff that I've posted in there. Because if it's in there, I use it on a daily basis. AMC's puking. Tesla's still puking. Up 8% on Tesla already. But just focus on that. Focus on the resources, study it, and then take notes. If it's in there, it's important.
right,
And if it's in there, I use it every day. I don't put no fluff in there. If it's in there, it's important.
right.
Up 10% Tesla.
No, I mean it sounds like you're a straight shooter, so it doesn't look like you mess around.
Yeah, I
And
try
that's
to be.
and that's a good thing too, you know. I mean, that's really the only way to be.
Exactly. Yeah, and when you're talking about people's money and stuff. I mean, you want the honest to God's truth. You don't want no bullshit.
Exactly. And a lot of that fluff that's out there, you know,
Yeah.
like you were saying.
Yeah, we're not trying to sell nothing here. We just give facts and that's it. We want to get you where you need to be. And, the end goal is, people can take my trades and stuff like that, and make money, but the end goal is that you find them yourself and you can do it with nobody's help. You can see what I see. And these pivots, man, they're magical. They really help to see it.
Yeah, I was using those fractal pivot indicator, which is basically the same thing as you had on there.
Uh-huh.
It's a different code, but it's exactly the same thing.
Yeah. Now you trade with a different broker or something, right?
No, TD Ameritrade.
Okay. Did you load my pivot study, or have you tried the
I
pivot
did.
study?
I did last night after we texted each other, and
Okay.
and like I said, it's basically the same exact thing as the fractal pivot indicator that I had. That was
Ah.
another third party indicator as well,
Yeah.
but it was a different code, but it's exactly the same thing. Kind of funny.
Well, it worked out pretty good then.
But
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
And I appreciate you. I mean, you ain't gonna find too many people that are as honest as you and upfront and does this help people out for free like this, So
Yeah.
I'm
That's
sure
what
I
it's
speak
about.
for a lot of the people that are in the room that, you're very much appreciated, man.
Well, I appreciate you too, and everybody in the room. And I don't think people, people already have it hard enough. They don't need somebody, charge them for a room or for knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Everybody started out where I started out. Everybody starts off as a newbie. I don't think it's right that because somebody helped them. So the people that sell these rooms and stuff, somebody helped them to get where they were.
Exactly.
So I think it's
I don't get it either. Why, if they're supposedly making so much money, why do they need me to charge for the room?
Yeah, because they're making money off a lot of people, they don't trade. I'm gonna add a Tesla here.
You mentioned that before. They don't trade, they just teach. And
Nope,
they're not,
that's right.
they're showing you the screens after the fact. Oh,
Yeah, it's easy to show somebody after the fact. There's a lot of stuff you don't see as it's moving. I'll trade a bunch of 2-1-2s, 2-1-2s, but when you look at it, it could just be a bunch of 2-2 continuations. They don't see that, and then they look at you like you're crazy. I
right.
posted charts of my trades, and it'd be like some of the top trades be like, "Well, that's just a bunch of 2-ups." I'm like, "Yeah, but you didn't see that inside where it opened up inside 5 times." They don't trade, man. They want their money. When you see people and they're pushing broker software, Benzinga, Transpider, custom soft, custom
Right.
scans from different people and shit. Their
They're not-
money's not in teaching you trading, it's in selling you
Right.
shit.
They're not making money from trading, right?
Nope, I'm telling you. Because look, Benzinga, Transpider, they approached me. They want me to sell their shit. And I told them, get lost, kick rocks. I ain't selling you shit.
Because if they were real and they were making money from trading, they'd be like you. They wouldn't be, and if they were honest, they wouldn't be
Yeah.
charging people for the shit.
Yeah. Look here. They don't, I mean, you don't need all that stuff. You don't need it. I mean, it's like scans. You can pay for scans. And I'm not knocking anybody for having them. But you don't really need them. Like I got free scans on here I made, and they're just as good as any. Like you could use a 2-1 scan and the 10% scan, and that was all you would need. I think if you get too much in front of you, then
Yeah, it could be
you can't
overwhelming.
focus. It's overwhelming. Yeah, you're looking at. I look at a group of tickers and stuff, but I think if there's too much going on, you kind of can lose focus, or you're overwhelmed, like you said.
Right.
Yeah. So
I
if
can
my
definitely
tickers,
attest to that for sure.
yeah, if my tickers are, I got a group of about 20 tickers I'm looking at all the time. If they're not moving, then I'll go to my scans, and that's the only time,
Right.
If I sit here
It's
long
good.
enough, I might get a signal on one of my tickers.
It goes the same with the strat. When I first found the strat, just maybe about 2 weeks ago, I was like, there's so much information out there and people trying to teach you, and then everybody's got a different point of view of how to teach it. It's like it's like it's all over the damn place, man. It's like then when I found you, it's like you're just pretty straight up, and you follow your set of rules, and that's it. And
Yeah, they teach you, and it's good. Like if you're a brand new stratter, then there's nothing wrong with the way they teach. When you got to learn the basics of it, the signals and time frame continuity and broad information, that's great.
the problem with that is there's so many of them out there teaching it, and they have their own point of views of how it should be done and how they teach it.
Yeah,
It's overwhelming. That's in itself is overwhelming.
yeah. And then they all, I don't know.
And then they all point to each other to where go to him. They know what they're doing, whatever. So,
Yeah, but why are they pointing to this one and that one if they know what the hell they're doing?
right. But
You don't see, you'll see them trade. You'll see them look at charts that's happened and say, "Hey, I'll do this and that." I haven't seen any of them trade live. There might be some. I don't know. I have not seen that happen. I don't know.
yeah, I haven't seen them either. So
And like I watched Sarah's stuff. Like when I first started this strat, I watched all their stuff. DD's, Sarah's, Jermaine's, James. I watched all their stuff. And I picked up stuff from each one. I tried each of their techniques and stuff. At the end,
Right.
you really got to use what's good for you. DD's probably the most straight up trader out there. I think she actually trades. Rob, he don't trade. He calls stickers. He don't trade. He said it. He don't trade. You
he's
know what I'm
making
saying?
he's making his money off his alerts and
Yeah.
signals and all that other crap, right?
Yeah, seriously. When I say that, I'm being honest. I know for a fact that Rob does not trade. And then Sarah, she's got a smaller account. But she's talking about
You didn't go down to Key West this past week?
nah, no.
I saw that they were gonna meet up or something down there.
It's just a big drinking party.
Yeah.
If I want to drink, I'll sit here at the house and drink a beer. Yeah, I don't know about all that. And plus, he was supposed to teach, and now he's not teaching down there. They're just socializing. Look, he
Yeah.
don't want to trade. First of all, secondly, he probably canceled the teaching for it because people are going to expect him to trade in front of him, and he don't trade. And then Sarah talks about putting stops, on the candle way before on the base. I mean, that could be a $4 move, man. Like that's way too much of a stop. These breaks on the breaks, the compound ones and the breaks, the 2-2, they work immediately or they don't. You see what I'm saying? But you got to give it room. A 1% stop is just unrealistic.
Right.
But a $4 stop is just ridiculous. It's too much. What the hell? How you gonna preach tight stops and have a 4 hour stop? It's not gonna happen.
And hindsight is always 20/20, right?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I fell for that a few months ago. I was paying this guy. I don't even want to say how much, but you know, he'd have a room every night,
Mhm.
and he'd show it went down. And I called him on it. I says, "Hey, can you show a live trade? Can we do this live one day and see exactly how you do it, what your mindset is, what you're
Yeah.
thinking when it happens?" Oh, I'm not going to trade for you. I'm not. He made every excuse in the book to not to show a live trade.
That's crazy.
Everything was after the fact, and,
Yeah.
and I
Here's
said,
what I
"See you
would
later."
do.
After that,
Yeah, it's crazy. Yep, I know it. And then some rooms, you know, they're good traders, but then they don't want to, you know, if they don't like you or something, they might not even answer your questions,
right?
or, you know, they ain't going to show you. You know, somebody knows us. You know, if you know a strategy that works, 9 times out of 10, you ain't going to share it with nobody. You know what I'm saying? You want to keep it to yourself.
Right.
Or they charge a lot of money to know it, and then they won't. Then they are going to leave certain stuff out so you don't get it. You know what I'm saying? Because they're scared that you're going to go teach somebody else. You know what I'm saying? They're
Yeah.
going to take money out of their mouth.
I've seen that too. Yeah.
But if you're making money, who gives it? Who cares? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Give it
If
away.
you're actually trading
It's
and you're making money from it, then yeah, who cares?
Yep. Yep. Give it away. Yeah. But when
It's
you're
the same
hiding
thing with
stuff,
those scans. Everybody wants to charge for their scans, and you're like, man, I can make that, you know, just
yeah.
I don't, it's so dumb.
Yeah. Give it away. Hell, they're free.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They're free. Like I built mine, they're free. You know, I'm carrying them.
Well, it took me
Plus, it
time.
seems like when it's free, everybody collaborates. You know what I mean? It's
Mhm.
like because we're not. Yeah, I mean that's what it is. Everybody more eyes, you know, because you're not worried about how much money you're paying.
That's it. Now Tim, he does a lot of stuff. He makes some really, dude. That guy is a scanning guru. He can make all kinds of scans. If you can think of it, he can make it. Like I make them, but they're simple, but they work. But he can you know, he can really dial them in. Yeah, yeah. But you don't need too many scans. You get too many scans, you're caught up in them. And I think simple, you know, the simpler it is, the better.
Yeah. Keep it simple, stupid, right?
That's it. Simple, simple, simple. Yeah. Exactly right. So Lockheed Martin pulled right back down off that pivot. So it is short coming back through range tip machine gun. Yeah. So I love targeting big red and green candles too. So we saw price expand on that pivot, and it came right back down like clockwork. Get some nice pullbacks. Target on it now, 390. So like I said, we'll take it up in the morning, down at lunch, back up in the evening, or vice versa, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, don't be afraid to take a ticker 5 different ways. It don't matter. Don't be biased. Because I used to be, you know, a couple months after I got it, I was biased one time, and the market went down for a week or two. And for about 3 days, I wanted these tickers to keep going up, and I would not short them for nothing. And I lost, you know, I wasn't losing money, but I lost making money because I didn't want to take them short. And then when I just looked at price action, then I started taking them and started making money. So now I'll take them 4 or 5 different ways a day. I don't care. As long as it's clean price action, I get that pullback to confirm the reversal trend. Got to have a pullback. Gotta have a pullback. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it here. Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. I took up enough of your time away from your screens, so
Oh, it's all good, man. Shoot.
I'll let you
I
do it.
usually make my money in the first 20, 30 minutes of the day. And then I just sit around teaching and trying to find more money on the money tree.
Yeah. Everything
Roku's
else
still
is
looking
just,
nice.
everything else is just extra, right?
Everything else is just extra, yeah. So in the morning time, I'm just building the cushion up. So then later I can take only the best trades.
Right.
Test the reverse 3-2 back up. Roku's still working, I'm not in a Roku anymore. Lockheed Martin's still short though, going back to the range. So Lockheed Martin, it bounced off that pivot. All right. We talked about it before it happened, the three things that could happen. It bounced through, coming right back down, got a clean pullback here, and she's short. Yeah. The target, always target these big red and green candles. So if you pull up to 60 here, target is going to be the base of this candle here, 3090 or 390.07. Now I'm conservative, even though we could touch this a week here. I'm conservative, so I'm going to be setting a limit on the body. So when it comes to when I'm coming up to a target, I will usually join the ask as it comes into it. When it gets about 50 cents away to $1 away, depends on the price of the ticker. But I want to be selling into that strength. That way I can catch a spike as it comes up to it. Because if your target is 390 and if you join the ask at 390, they could pull back right there. Then now you're chasing the bid. So you always want to try to sell the ask if you can.
Yeah, look at that Lockheed Martin on the 60. That by paying attention to the flip, and look, they're buying it the first 60, they sell it the second 60, they're buying it the third 60, now they're selling the fourth 60.
Yeah,
So
crazy,
it could move like this all day. Right. It's like an algo program. It was said,
yeah.
oh, well, yeah, just to draw attention to it, maybe. Who knows? But yeah, that's exactly what it's doing.
It's been doing that for a week. We've shorted it. We've country wishing this thing about 4 times in the last week or so. Yeah, crazy, isn't it? Down, up, down, up, down. It goes down, up there, down, up there, down, up there, down, up there. It's crazy. Look there. Up, down. It happens almost every single day. Yeah.
Either they're moving money through it, or who knows, trying to draw attention to it. I don't know. Even look at the 4-hour chart on it. It's all 3 1s. Yeah, 3 1, 3 1, 3 1, 3 1, 3 1.
Yeah. It's a pretty tight range there, but it's consistent payday. I love it. Look at Roku. Should have stayed in. Can't never be mad for taking profits. So I had enough contracts on that thing. I wasn't interested in giving them back. Look at it. So when it broke this pivot here, that's another entry. But the reason I cut it when it broke up here is because it could expand. So Roku's short again right now. Target's going to be this pivot low here. And 338. Roku's strong. You know, I'm surprised it pulled back as much. So see how it broke? It expanded right here on that. I drew that broad formation, I think last week or sometime, not sure. But it came right up to it, ticked it, and now it's coming right back through range. Isn't that crazy? To the damn penny. To the penny. Now look, it'll come right back down. Let me draw it like that. Price expands on these pivots. So it'll come back down like that. Price pushed up. Tick back down. Remember, it stairs up, elevator down. Dude, it could come to here in the next day or two. So we'll probably get a pullback tomorrow and then next push down. So if we see it ticking up tomorrow, then be careful. Yeah. Picked up. Anybody went long, they got trapped in there, and then boom. Gone. I love it. Love it. Consistent patterns. Right now, Zoom's chopping. Lowe's chopping. LRCX chopping. SE chopping. Any kind of chop, let me show you a chop. If people are not familiar with it. Chop is just a sideways movement. It's a compound inside bar. That's why I say you can't trade inside, it's chopped. So you look at lows on the 5-minute here. I see on that 32, it's retesting for, it's fixing to go short again. But if chop is nothing more than inside. You look at it, all this is inside. And that's, basically this is a 2, and then inside. You will get chopped up in here. This is part of chop. It's a range. Chop is nothing more than a range consolidation. It's a rest for the next move. All right, so after a big move, you need a rest. And even though this ain't a big move, it's a big move for lows at the time for now. Yeah. So it's just a rest, chop consolidation. You can't do nothing with it. It's got to come out one side or the other for a break. Yeah.
Set. And 3.
Somebody's playing football.
Go.
That's all it is. That up. Okay. Lows is base in here. So if we can get a bounce on this right here, we can expect it to eventually get back to 197. Right now it's range for the 4-hour, really tight range. Yeah, let me show you on this 30 right here. It broke pivot. It's coming up and retesting. So we see the consolidation on the 5-minute. Just be a retest. Let me check. So it's in a downtrend here. Pulls back there. Trying to come up, see it wicked up 1, 2, making lower highs. So it's reject off the pivot here. Now it's going to try to come back down. Now look, it can come up, tick through, pull back, and then shoot back through range if it wants to. It can do anything it wants to do. If it rejects this, it comes back down. See these lows of the candles? These lows right here. You want to take the one that's the lowest, this candle here. And as soon as price comes back down, you want to hit it when it crosses the low of that candle right there. All right. You give it 5 cents, it's going to go. But it's chopping. We know it's chopping because we see it on the 5-minute. All right. So really at this moment, do anything it wants. If it comes back up and breaks that low of this pivot here, you're not going to take it still until you get a pullback and a push up. You still got to wait on the pullback. Pullback is so important. Pullback is confirmation and is a rule. It's a rule. Otherwise, that first pullback, you don't have no idea what's going to happen. Be able to pull back to the downside, or it could be a pullback to the upside. So when it's here, it's anybody's guess what's going to happen.
You said an option limit right below that level, or?
Oh yeah, yeah. You said it.
So as soon as it hits it, it goes in, it fills.
Oh yeah, no, I do a market. Yeah. So when I want in something, I want in it now. I don't care if they want.
I'm saying while you're waiting for it to go down to that pivot, you can set a market limit at that price where it'll automatically fill at that whatever price it is when it hits that price.
Yeah. Yeah, that probably won't be bad with that. Sometimes on those breaks they move so quick.
Right. Yeah.
That's a good idea though. If you can get it in for a better price, I'm all for it. You know, whatever works, I'm all for it.
No, I mean you're not setting a limit price, but you're setting a limit order at the market price, but you're setting it at the price that you want it to hit for it to fill.
Gotcha. So if it hits my target, my entry, then it's going to fill at a good price.
Whatever the market is, right?
Okay.
You have to when you I'm not sure if you're aware of this. I mean, I found this out not too long ago too. You could set a limit market price where you can put that price wherever you want. when you open an order,
Mhm.
to the right of that order, there's a little gear icon. You open that gear icon, and that's where you can set it at the market price, at whatever price you want.
Oh, I had to check into that. Yeah, because like I said, I'm fairly new to trading. There's a lot of stuff I don't know. I really want to
I
get into
just found
spreads and stuff.
that out myself. So
Yeah, I appreciate that. Lockheed Martin's almost a target here, guys, on the short side. Yeah, pick it up and took it down. Target's 389.65. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'll definitely check into it. I want to be able to execute it pretty good.
I'll send you. I think there's a video on that YouTube video. I'll see if I can find it and send it to you.
I appreciate that very much. Yeah, just link it on Twitter or Discord, or I'm very interested in seeing it.
Yeah, either one. I'll send it to you.
Hey, Jerry, look out for Airbnb at 153.72 for the breakout. Squeezing up compared to most of them, actually.
What was your target on it or entry?
I'm looking for the breakout at 153.73-ish.
Well, it's coming up. It's curling. Look at it. Oh,
Kind of the
yeah.
only strong one compared to the rest of them. A lot of them are
Mhm.
down, except that, and MSTR was another one, but that's due to Bitcoin.
Yeah. Tell you what, Airbnb breaks here. Man, it's got the potential to run to 170 this week.
Oh, hopefully others can profit on it then too.
Yeah, we got to make sure it breaks 170 or 153.74. We want to probably let it break 153.85, something like that. And
Break
we
it,
wanna see-
retest, and then go.
Yeah, that's the safest bet. Yeah,
That's what I learned from you.
it's safer, especially after 11, right? Well, we look at Lockheed Martin, and that's exactly why you want to see a retest, a pullback, a close above. It's coming up there. It's coming up there. So right now it's pushing. You can break that high. Just because, like in the morning time, we'd take it instantly. But after 11 o'clock, you got to be careful. Because price can push up and pull right back down. Or price can break it. And we want to see, like Gary was saying, we want to see that retest. But if it can't go lower, it's got only one direction, that's to go higher. As soon as it crosses the high, you'll hit it. And she's gone. Roku's still going, oh shit, Lockheed Martin picking up speed here, guys. You're short with me. If you're short with me. Amazon might be long here. Amazon's got that big red candle coming up. It quickly come up there. It's going to be a scalp. Amazon's long right here. Amazon is long. We're going to scalp beans out of it. Yeah, so we give it room. Amazon long for a scalp. Lockheed Martin still good. Amazon, we're going to target this. Come on. 33.76. 78. 80. Oh. If you take a look at that red candle, even those red candles on the 5 minute is very important. It's a big red candle. Price quickly push up through there. Now this thing's chopping, but we can still scalp the beans out of it. Pull up the 1 minute chart. You'll see all these really tight stacked stops there, and plus there's little gaps in between it. Yeah.
Hey Jerry, you think Zoom's reversed yet? I mean, it's got a real strong candle, that 15 and the 30, but kind of
Not
still
yet.
choppy. I don't know.
It needs to break that. It's right now. It's compound inside. It needs to break their 364.52 before I would touch it.
Okay, thank you. Yep, I agree. It just has such a strong 15-minute candle.
Well, you know, you could take it long with the target being 364.52. but it could hit that and pull right back. See that big wick on the 15?
Oh yeah, those wicks are scary. I agree.
But you're right. It's trying to come back up. I agree with you 100%. Yep, it's trying to reverse. But I would wait personally. I'd wait until it broke that to hide that one wick, and I'd give it a little bit.
Hey, Jerry, I just sent you that video on Discord.
Oh, thank you so much.
You could, I mean, it's not my video or anything, but it's on YouTube. So I'm sure you could probably post it on your resource channel if you
Oh
want.
yeah, yeah. I'll link it right up in there. Lockheed Martin's still going. Alex, yeah, Alex is pretty good. Yeah, Brandy. Alex learned here. Yeah, Alex learned in this channel. Alex has got some pretty good strategies, but he's got a lot more to learn.
Does my
you're
microphone work?
better than.
What's that?
Does my microphone work?
Yep, works great.
Oh, great. So Alex learned from you. That's crazy. He's the one that I found first.
Yep, Alex learned from me. Yeah, if you go to his Discord, it looks just like mine.
It
He might
does.
have changed some stuff now. Everything I do, he does. Which I don't, I don't care, but he's got a lot more stuff that he needs to look at the bigger picture. He gets focused on. He's got a couple good patterns that he trades, but you got to be able to see the broader picture.
Yeah.
He's not a bad trader. There's just a lot more that you need.
He does seem to get stopped out a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, because he caught a little bit of the picture and he went balls deep. He don't have the big picture, so.
Well, he's only like 18.
Alex learned everything from Jerry, let alone if you look at his Discord, he copied Jerry's.
Yeah.
He took exact same thing, made it look just like Jerry's. So he's trying to clone Jerry.
Yeah, even the live trade, I've been trading live before he did. All that stuff, which I don't care, but he's got some more learning to do. Some people want fame, and they don't care who they burn or stomp over on the way. Like anybody that I copied or traded or learned from, I give them shout outs. You know what I'm saying? I'm humble them. And anybody help me along the way, I don't forget them.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know enough about Discord to know if it looks like he copied anyone else.
Yeah, it's just set up just like that.
But there are a lot of similarities.
Well, it wasn't hard when, the map is already laid out. Which I'm not mad at him, he's young,
That's what I like about you, man. You're down to earth.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
Straight up, and
That's how we be.
it's the only way to be, really. I mean, in life,
Yeah, I want everybody to have success.
If more people were that way, everybody would be getting along now, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. But I feel like if you're gonna teach people, then man, you got to know all you can. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to lead somebody down the wrong way.
Right.
You got to know, if you're gonna be teaching a craft, you've got to know. And I've only been trading for so long, but I guarantee you, I put in 5 years work in a year. Guarantee it.
I wouldn't doubt that.
I mean, I studied and studied and studied and studied. I think God's helped me along the way too. So there's a lot of stuff that's on a different level, walking stuff. And it's not me. I love my dogs. Where the master block, dude, them Stratters don't like me. They do not like me. Where the master blocked me. James blocked me. Sarah's blocked me.
No way.
Yeah, look, dude,
Why
they
is
don't
that?
want, if you're successful,
Why?
I don't
It
know.
doesn't make
Look,
sense because they're giving their stuff away for free too.
yeah, well, yeah, but
No. Sarah wasn't giving, she didn't give her TrendSpider unless I signed up with the affiliate code. I remember that.
Yeah, and look here. They are scared of me because I'm actually giving knowledge away for free. Now, if I give, look, Rob has wrote me a letter on Twitter, a message saying, hey, here's exactly what he says. They hate you. They hate you and they think that you're taking money from my mouth. What he said.
I don't understand how that's possible if they post free YouTube videos.
Because they think I'm taking their money from them. You know what I'm saying? Rob's selling courses.
That's
Sarah's
probably 'cause
selling shit.
They're not that
Cyberdog
good at
gives
trading.
kickbacks. They're not good at trading. Rob don't trade, I'm telling you. Look,
That's why
I
they
don't
think
wanna
you're
spread a
taking
bunch of
money away
gossip.
from them, because they make money from teaching people
But
how to trade. if
They
know
also
how to
make money
trade.
from YouTube, TrendSpider
Yep.
affiliate, Benzinga. That's where they make the money from, right? That's what,
Yeah,
in a sense, what Jerry does is take away from that because he's offering everything for free without charging a
right.
single penny. So
Yeah.
in the public side, you might think that Sarah's not charging, but in reality, she's actually raking in
Yeah.
sources of income without saying anything.
yeah.
It's
That's why
affiliate codes.
they don't trade. Look, I knew when I asked Sarah, she was on some videos talking about options, and she was asking people. She asked on 2 videos. One was they asked her about her strike price, and she was talking about taking strike prices $50 out of money, which is ridiculous. If you've been trading the strike for 5 years, or just trading in general for 5 years, and you don't have a clue what option to buy, that's a red flag. The second red flag is when she said, this is another video, she asked somebody, how do I get in a put option? And right then I was like, what the hell's going on? There is something fishy as hell.
Oh my.
And I asked her a question or something. She flat out blocked my ass. Yep, she didn't want to hear it. And another thing is, she had 90,000 followers 3 months ago. Now she's at 30,000. So I think they're
Really?
paid bots or something. Yeah, she's buying bots or some shit. I don't know. Crazy. The whole thing's fishy to me, man.
90,000?
Yeah, now she's at 30,000.
I've only been around the strap for like 2 weeks, like I said, man, and I've already gone away from that crowd. It's like it's
Well,
like too much overwhelming crap, and it's just, I mean, a lot of fluff, like you said, a lot of fluff.
Amazon hit
Yes.
target.
Sorry to interrupt. Amazon's breaking out.
Yeah,
Sorry, that's what I
already-
wanted to point it out.
Yeah, I know. I just hit my target on Amazon, so I'm all out of Amazon. Looks like I was up 32%. Holy shit. Keeps me in the tree longer if I get to talk. Maybe I caught Amazon a few minutes ago. But yeah, I can't say the strat has to help me. The strat is the piece that brought everything together.
Yeah,
Without
that's
doubt.
how I feel about it too. Even just knowing 1s, 2s, and 3s.
Yeah, and Rob, hand down. Rob, I like Rob. He's a straight shooter and stuff. There's a lot of people that surrounds him that have different agendas, I think. But Rob's always been straight up with me. I've never had a problem with Rob whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
But just some of the people that he surrounds himself with, I know. I don't know. There's something fishy. I think it's about selling stuff more than it is about trading.
I don't know. All I know is that when I would listen to Sarah's YouTube videos, she seemed really angry.
Yeah, listen, it's all about clout. That's it. Nothing else other than
Exactly.
clout.
Exactly. It's
Why are
exactly.
you yelling at
exactly
us? You know?
Yeah, you're
That's the
exactly
reality
right.
of the world we live in. It's all about clout. It's messed up, and it doesn't even matter about friendship. Nothing. It's about, I want more likes and retweets. That's it.
Yeah, yeah. Before I started trading, I still don't have Facebook. The only reason I get on the Twitter and the Discord is for trading advice. That's it. I could care less. I want people to like me and stuff, but when it comes to other shit, I don't care. That's why I think young people do what they do. They want clout and fame and all that stuff at any cost. They don't understand the bridges they're burning.
I just couldn't stand how they were always condescending when you asked the question.
Yeah, I know. It's like James blocked me because some new trader asked him a question, and he's like, "We can go look at my videos." I'm like, "Hey, guy, if you'll ask me, I'll answer your questions." And I gave him my Discord link, and so he did the same thing to somebody else, and I finally called him out on it, and he blocked me. Yeah.
Yeah, you see that a lot on their Discord channels. They'll just he very vague about answering a question.
Yeah, why? Because they
Go-
don't know
go-
what the hell
go
they're
find-
doing.
Go find the video. There's plenty of videos out there.
Yeah, because they don't know what the hell they're doing, man.
That's why I got off those other Discord channels, man. It's just, to me, it's like,
It's crazy. It's insane. It's insane. So yeah, I
like, why,
scalped him. And
why do you have to be like that? It's like, I mean,
if you
we're
know
all,
what you're doing, there's no need.
and we're all here trying to learn and maybe get some help from somebody else and whatever, just try to make your life better, and
Yeah, it's so vague.
it's gotta be, like you said, there's something else behind it all, I guess. Like you said, maybe these kids, they grow up with a social media thing. They gotta be famous on social media,
Yeah. Yeah. Well, even Alex had some videos where he had copied some of Rob's stuff and made it his own. So it wouldn't surprise me if he did on down the road didn't copy it and make it his own. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Good.
I saw those videos. Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah, he posted.
He explained
did
it
it
pretty
here.
good. I think he gave Rob his due, in the videos and everything, but
He could easily take that away though and make it his own.
yeah.
Yeah, he's starting to now ask for a poll whether or not you want to pay for his swing and day trade alerts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does
Why?
Rob
Would you
have a
want
patent on the Strat?
That's up there. And a lot of
Does
people
Rob-
that follow him don't have a clue. You see what I'm saying?
Does Rob have a patent on the Strat?
I don't think so. No. And there's another guy that trades I can't think of his name. I got it written down somewhere, but he trades just like Rob. And his strategy's, 30 years old. There's nothing new in the strat. Like I discovered stuff from trading patterns and stuff, but you can bet your ass they've been discovered 100 times by 100 different people. So there's nothing new under the whole trading world. You see what I'm saying? It hasn't been discovered by somebody else.
Right.
So a lot of stuff is just, rehashed stuff. You know what I'm saying? And, a trader that's 30 years old that discovered something could easily be reworded, rewrote, remarketed.
Rehashed, relabeled, and make it your own, right?
Yeah.
I've studied Steve Nissen quite a bit, and a lot of what Rob has done is just made Steve's stuff more easy to understand by numbering the candles.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah, it's really the same thing. Just Rob numbered the candles and made it easier to kind of see it. That's, I mean, not downplaying what Rob's done, because I even studying all of Steve's stuff, it didn't really click until the numbering came out, and then I'm like, oh, I can number these now, and now I see if it's a 1, 2, 2, I know what to do.
Yeah, I think what Rob invented is phenomenal.
Yeah. It helped me. I mean, it really pulled it together. It simplified it. Yeah, it simplified it for me. So when I first started trading strat, I would look at individual candles. In the first 30 minutes, I still looked at individual candles, but then it expanded to looking at compound bars for the big moves. Like you can catch big moves on individual candles in the first 30 minutes, but as the day progresses and stuff starts chopping, you got to look at these breaks. And a compound inside bar is just, it's still strat. We're still trading a break of the 2 or the 1.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I took a class, and a couple of my friends did actually, that I've introduced to you, Jerry. And we had to sign non-competes.
Oh, that's so dumb. It's crazy. I'm gonna make everybody
That's
sign
the
on.
genius. There's a couple geniuses of the strat. One being Rob made it to where it interprets the data that you see on your screen. Like the 1, 2s, and 3s.
Mhm.
And the other is time frame continuity, which shows you what the institutions are doing on the stock. Are they buying it or are they selling it? So that's the two geniuses. It's not technical analysis, because you're looking at your screen. You can read exactly what's going on. You don't even have to guess. So that's the two things that I like about. The other thing is, with Rob, like I subscribe to his service and I'll listen in, but not every day, but just, I'd just do that, just because he was the inventor of that part about it.
Well, but there's one other part you're leaving out that's the most important, I believe, is the broadening formation. You know, the line
Right,
circle.
that too, yes. Yes.
That's
you're
huge. So it's the three pieces, 1, 2, and 3, price, the continuity, full-time frame continuity, and the broadening formation.
right, and they're all, like you says, universal truths, because you cannot dispute them at all. So
I love
That's-
having
that's the-
multi-time frame analysis because it allows you to see into each individual candle. It allows me to see into the future. I mean, it really does. You can see based on patterns, direction of candles, where it's come from, where it's going. So I think that's the part of Strat that's helped me a lot too.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Is it a theory, an accurate theory, an accurate way of thinking about this, that when the daily triggers or the weekly triggers or the monthly triggers, that sellers that are swing trading and using, say, the daily or weekly, for example, as an entry or exit signal, by them triggering, meaning like go from red to green or green to red, right? By them having that change in direction, it further increases the continuity. And so that trigger is significant because other traders are using it. Is that?
Oh yeah, they're paying attention. Whenever a move goes from red to green, even on the 5-minute, people's paying attention. And it's also taking out stuff, which bumps that push up even more. That's why these breaks happen immediately. They don't, because it's triggering those stops. And the higher time frame, say the daily or weekly, is triggered. Just think of all the orders sitting on that line. It's crazy the amount of orders and stops sitting there. So the higher time frame, the more relevant, the bigger the break. But I think it triggers because people are paying more attention. Does anybody else have an opinion on it? Or anybody?
Right, and see, because the institutions don't care, they already got their orders. Hey, we need to buy so many shares this month of whatever stock, so they're not institutions aren't day trading it. So yeah, all those triggers will just keep more into time frame continuity, I think.
Isn't that what they call self-fulfilling prophecy?
Yeah.
Where everybody's sitting at one spot waiting, and it happens because
Exactly.
everybody's there. Everybody's watching the same thing, right? Everybody's seeing the same thing.
Yeah, I think it's okay to talk every once in a while. It's afternoon, market's slow. 9:30 or 10 o'clock, we don't want to be having conversations, but
Right.
now's okay.
Jerry, BA's going.
BA. Yeah.
I got quiet there all of a sudden.
I'm reading these messages right quick.
Was somebody complaining about the chatter?
Daryl don't like it.
Huh?
Daryl, if you don't like it, my friend, you can mute us. I'm not trying to be rude. This is how it is. Yeah. Oh yeah, right. All right, so I'm looking at options. Next question. I tend to get right at the money. Thursday afternoon, Friday after like 11 o'clock, I'm going to tend to do them a couple of different ways. Thursday afternoon, if things are chopping and slowly moving, I'll usually tend to buy next week expiration. Friday after around 10:30 or 11, price is still moving, but moving slowly to take advantage of full move. I'll tend to get next week expiration. If I'm trading Tesla, Amazon, some of these big names that can make a quick move, then I'll buy 0 DTE, but deep in the money. So if it moves $3, I'm catching a pretty good chunk real fast. I appreciate everybody here, CJ. Thank you. Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry, dear. I wasn't trying to be rude to you. It came across that way.
I think basically Daryl's just want to focus on trading. We all know Jerry's the best. I mean, there's no ifs or buts. He's been discriminated against, but I think we should probably just focus on trading, and learn everything that Jerry does.
Thank you for. I don't know if I'm not the best, but I don't know. I think what I do works. I think it works a lot more than it doesn't. Daryl does have great life advice. Absolutely. Daryl is one heck of a coach too. I think a lot of people need to hear your I know you don't talk, but message on compound and saving. You mentioned some stuff in the past in the chat. That's really good. I think I need to teach more of it in schools. Amazon's too inside right now. It looks like we're starting to get the second win on some of this stuff. Focus trade sideways. Lowe's trying to come back up through range. Amazon breaks this pivot 3380. Call it 3381. Looking to take it up to 34. So it looks like when I scalped Amazon, I got it for green, but it was a lot less than what I thought it was going to be. I was looking at the different chart. Amazon's fixing to break right now for another entry though. We're on here to run.
Jerry, look at IYT on the 30 minutes. I never seen so many gaps during the day. Usually get it in the morning, but not gap on a 30-minute candles.
Holy shit, we're missing Etsy.
Yeah, the transports are really leading today. The next closest one is XLE, but transports is way higher.
Okay, Etsy breaks 166.76. We're gonna take it long.
I think some of the problem why the market's such a chop today, I think tomorrow the VIX expires. So I think that's what's causing some of the problems. So they roll over to another month.
Wow, that's incredible, dude. Dang. So JB Hunt. Amazon's still going here. Amazon's long right now, retest on this pivot. Target's 84. We can pivot machine gun to 96. Well,
Yeah, we do have the we have the Fed meeting tomorrow. And also Friday, the quad witching. So you got three things happening. The VIX expiring tomorrow, you got the Feds tomorrow, and then you got Friday's quad witching.
All right. Let's look at a few good names here. Amazon is long. It retested this pivot here in the 5 minute. So even a retest on the 5 minute is important. Lowe's is pushing back up to pull it back up a second. On the 5 minute here, see it break and retest on that one candle there. I tried to take it lower and it couldn't. It goes inside up. You take it as soon as it crosses this candle here. 33.81.50. It happens on all time frames. 5, 15, 30, 60, daily, weekly, doesn't matter. Very powerful. Pattern. All right. Lowe's trying to come back up. 2.2 or 212.60. LW. And I think it was hitting pivot on the 4 hour. Take a look. All right. It's breaking through the pivot on the 30 right now. All right. It bounced 3 times pivot low, or on the pivot low on the 4 hour and on the daily. So it could go from red to green today. It could go outside at once. It might not. Amazon ripping. Amazon ripping. Lowe's needs to break pivot right here on the 5. If it does, it'll take it long. 187, 63. Etsy's giving a signal right now to go long. Let's take a look at it.
Can you look at UNH?
What's that?
UNH.
I couldn't understand. I'm sorry. Etsy's long right here. Amazon's still going. Let me show you. Let me look at Amazon. I gotta manage it. Etsy is long here. I'll show you exactly why here in a second. All right. Looks like Target got hit on Etsy. Next target is going to be top of this red candle, 33.86.94. Let's see if we can get up there. Let's see if we can get to 96. All right, Etsy.
I think the lady said UNH.
Oh, UNH. Oh, okay. I know what UNH ran yesterday. You know, holy crap. UNH was really good yesterday. Let's see. I usually watch it. Actually took it off last night. Man, it gapped up on 5 minute. Yeah, it gapped on 5 minute. It can be kind of spready's the only problem, but it can make some massive moves. But hey, it ain't too spready right now. Yeah, so if I was going to take this option here, it'd be right here at the money. $400 strike price. That's interesting. As you go to resources, there's some videos in there by Carmine or something like that. He shows you exactly how to set your active trader up. And I set mine up just like he does his, right? Because it's quick. You just right click it. You can send it to watch list. I named options. Oh yeah. And Alex, he learned how to set his up just like the same way. But anyway, you right click it. You can send it to options or watch list called options over here. Or if I'm trading in the morning, I'll send it straight to active trader if I'm not going to be in it for a few minutes. So you send it to a tab in active trader, and the trader is going to be linked to yellow. Your option contracts right here now. And I'll just buy market. Now, as I'm selling up to target, I'll join ask, and it's sell the ask. It says, I don't know why they call it different, but it's the same thing. Join the ask, sell the ask. UNH coming on up. Target's going to be 400, breaks that. Next target is going to be 403. UNH. Well, what breaks that pivot there? She's gone. Intel coming up like a rocket. ITC. So we keep on the video then. And after that, ain't SPY shooting up. Intel's target's 5828, which is not much. The market did this yesterday. A lot of stuff went up. SPY's coming back up. Pivot machine gun on the 15. So SPY's long right this second. I could have got in 10 cents ago, but it's long right now. SPY is long, target 425.46, and then all-time highs. SPY is long right now. Amazon, come on. Give me my money. Tell it. Give me my money. I want to see you bounce another 50 bucks, Amazon. LOW trying to come up. It's still pushing slowly. Sometimes I'll play these things on the way back up. We don't guess the bottom. This thing was in a good downtrend today. So at bottom down here, we're getting some pullbacks, higher highs, higher lows. What I'll do is I'll set an entry on the top of resistance. So looks like here at this price. Also, I want to be 25% above the base. All right. So if that candle stopped here, I want to be at least 25% above before I take it long free range, or for short 25% below the top. Now, there is the more candles you see stacked together in here, better. So same thing for my stops. I want to see it break it because there's resistance there. And also as it hits this level, it's taking these stops out. So there's roughly 3 there. It could have a pretty good push up right there. They either work immediately or they don't. So it can act as resistance. And the INTC is coming up this big old red candle here. Coming up very quickly as well. It's still pushing. So Lowe's is long right this second. Target's gonna be this red candle here. And then pivot machine gun. Going back through range. INT. I was gonna take that. It just wasn't enough money for me to make. But it was long for anybody that wanted to take it. INTC. Wow, price too quickly pushed up through those candles. Yeah. Boom. Target's 58.27. It broke above point control, opened up at point control and pushed. 58.28 is target. If it breaks that, I'll see 58.42. Quickly. See how fast it hit target. But it was only, it wasn't a big move at all. 30 cents, not worth my time. Hit target, blew right through it. Like crazy. It happens all the time, man. Is Tal speaking tomorrow? Man, you're very welcome. Yeah, Daryl has wonderful advice, absolutely. And sometimes my mouth gets me in trouble. I apologize if I say anything that's bad. Contracts also said moving. Quad witching this Friday, right? Well, I appreciate you too, my friend. Come on, Amazon, 212 up, let's go. Gonna add to Amazon here if it breaks. Tesla coming back up. Tesla may be long here. See, it broke that and pulled right back down just as fast, that's expanding. And whenever they break these Teslas, that's one of the things. Let's keep it on Tesla here. We got our first pull back to the downs or to the upside here on the 15. All right. So we don't ever guess the bottom. We've got to have confirmation. What's the confirmation? Anybody? What's confirmation that we need? Reversal. Pull back.
Pull back.
That's right. You get 100.
What she said.
Yeah.
I say keep running your mouth, man. The more you run your mouth, the more information we get.
But yeah, you gotta have at least one pullback. Two's better. We got a pullback here and it starts chopping sideways and making a new high right here. So Tesla is long here, target 606, but I'm not gonna take it just yet. I'm not gonna take it just yet because it could get up there and it probably will. There's 90% chance it's gonna get here. It's gonna do. It can do it slowly. Now, the Tesla is long. It could grind. I'm saying that because it just consolidated the last time it pushed. So we'll probably see 606. So you could take Tesla now, being 606, better inches, break a 606, target being this pivot high here, 16. Sir, how we do it? So let's annotate this thing. I'm saying we could scalp Tesla all day long and make money, guys. But 2. Let me get this out of the way. 2. Inside. 2. It reverses. It goes inside again. Now we're going 2 back up. Which is a 2, 1, 2 down. Continue. 2, 1, 2 reversal. So everything's a 2, 1, 2. Over and 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 over. Say for entries here. Will it get to here? Probably. More likely it will. It's going to be slow going on the way up. But it's pulled up a consolidation after lunch. Etsy's still rounding up. Look at Etsy on the 60. Now, if I was looking at this candle on 5, I was trying 5 minute. Now, I want to show you something. I would not take it until it broke this candle here. That candle high. If you add these candles together here, to 25%, at least 25% above the base. This candle right here. Yeah. So to go back through range, I want to be at least 25% off the base. You see over here on it, see it's 2 inside, chops. So to go back through the range, I'd want to see it break that candle's high right there. If we can get that early, no big deal. There's resistance though. And on top of that, the last time it pulled here, it went back down. So it could happen again. It could hit this point here and went back down. So it's So when you're looking at individual candle, that's great, but you've got to be looking at everything. You got to look at everything around it and on all time frames. All right, Amazon, I'm going to add to it as soon as it breaks. So I'll show it to you. I picked certain candles, and the more candles that's stacked in a zone, the better it is when it breaks. All right, I'm fixing to hit the button on Amazon. So you're looking for stacked candles, all you're doing. We're getting some pullbacks across the board. That's the thing about watching all these tickers at the same time. I can see what sectors are moving, which one's leading, which one's lagging. I can see simultaneous breaks. I can see all kinds of stuff by watching tickers, different sectors. They push up. Take a couple of red candles in a 5 minute. Amazon break. There she goes. Adding to her. Amazon adding to it. Next target is 87. So look here on the pivot. We did have a push up. We did have a test, and it's going higher. We can't take it lower. It's only got one direction to go. That's up. I can't pull it up. I'm lagging right now. All right. Pushed up. Pulled back on that red candle. Shonk. You can enter when it breaks the high of this candle here. Right here. Now, stop. The stop is moved. Here. Okay. On the body of that candle. 5 cents, 10 cents below it. Right. And these big names, you can't give them much room. You get ate up, especially as you get deeper in the money, you get more room. But when you're first there, you can't give it too much. Pecan breaking on down here. Pecan just cheaping. Now we had a retest on Pecan on the daily. Compound inside bar retest, bringing on back down. So enough for this one. Let's go to Pecan. Daily. Look at it. Twice. And actually it came up 3 times. It came up close and pulled back down. Let me show you. The Pecan is short here. Pull back to get in it. Let me show you that. Pivot. It touched it here. Try to touch it here. Touched it here. Price expanded right here. Yeah, price expanded on these pivots. That's all I'm saying. I'm drawing that like that. Here. See how it wicked up there? bear or bull trap. Went back down. Target's gonna be basically swing candle here. Every time it wicked up here, it pulled back. Wicked up here, it pulled back. Wicked up here, now it's gonna pull back. The thing is, it's making higher lows each time. See it right there?
Hey,
So it's
Big
a
O.
wedge. Yep.
I was reviewing your retest tweet the other day,
Uh-huh.
and if you go down to the 5 minute, you can see it breaks through 108 and a half. It comes back up retest, and then it just pukes.
Oh yeah. Say. On
I mean,
Pecan?
you can even go 15 if you want, but
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
just
Ain't that crazy how it works, man? So you can
God.
wait on the retest. You wouldn't have to take it on a break.
Yeah,
it
I
works both
commented
ways.
on that. That's the way to. I think that's the way to do it because you get multiple confirmations.
Yeah, just a set of rules that are repeatable,
Hmm.
and that's all it is. So and it expands right here too. It expands like that. Yeah. Alright, so broke through, retest, and it can retest on one candle. Yeah, they got stuff at Amazon. But it's crazy. Yeah, that retest can happen either way. Doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
that's a prime example what you were talking about the other day on Twitter.
That's pretty neat, ain't it?
Yeah.
Intel hit target, yanked all the way back down. Pecan puking right here. Pecan short.
The only way I found that out was I bought it on the first breakthrough and I got out on the as it retested and just couldn't hang
Oh
up with
gosh. Yeah. Hey, it happens. If you
Yep.
can hold to that first retest, man, it's on.
Yeah, exactly.
But sometimes you'll be a little bit red, and then if you have a small account that's just starting, you don't really want to give any back because sometimes it'll reverse.
Well, I try to tell myself I'm not going to take a loser on this.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. There's
Yep.
nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Nothing wrong with it. Gosh, the video's breaking down here. Yeah, it's a Pecan short. Target's 105. There is that pivot, that channel though from the daily. It's at 106.09, so we can see it bounce there. If it breaks it though, target's 104.50. And they're pretty cheap, man. The video. Ooh, ugly. Video puke. The video is short to 712 right here, right now. Roku, man, it's crazy. See Roku? That thing puked all day. And it's nice and clean too on the 15. Crazy. Lowe's is really trying to push out here. NVIDIA. Look on the 60 NVIDIA. Really, really, really tight range there. Still scalp it. That's it. Give me a hunt. Max, I don't know. Personally, I could care less about news. Because if you have a volume scan, it tells you something's up, news, a merger or approval or something. Yeah, I don't care about news, because by the time the news comes out, they've probably somebody's already known about it and they've already got it figured in, so. Yeah, I think it's called buy the run up, sell the news. Is that it? Is that how the saying goes? Something like that. And sometimes the news drops, right? As soon as the news drops, spike just rips up. You hop in. By the time you're hopping in, price is shooting right back down. You gotta be so careful. You gotta be so careful. A lot of people trade news though. Day, Etsy. Yeah, Etsy's through too right now. Intel was some big old moves it just made. Keep an eye on Lowe's, just trying to 212 back up, consolidating flat top right now. W15. So still waiting on 187.3. Let's take a look at pins. Oh yeah, I'm just trying to remember that. Manage breakouts fail pretty often after launch. I know, I've been stopping enough to know. I learned from my mistakes, thank God. What else? FedEx. FedEx still moving up, so making higher highs, chopping. This is choppy, chop. Take a look at it. It's a month. It's that weak hammer. The major downtrend. It is making new highs. There's your first pullback on the weekly. Keep on the 4 hour. Target on FedEx is 302.48. It'll be set up for a nice swing. Who knows? And it could be we don't know. It's definitely reversing. Definitely reversing. BA. Yeah, now Corey, he called BA first thing this morning. And BA. So whenever Corey speaks, y'all need to write it down. Corey finds some killer moves too. And they go. BA's retesting that 60 pivot right now. It breaks through there, man. It can come back up and see 255. Looking higher lows, higher high, 160. Looking at right now, 15. Push up, kind of rejecting right now. Yeah. We'll see. Rejection can come back down to 245. I'm going to put one on the top. In case it breaks. I'm going to put one on the bottom. Okay, machine gun to the downside. Now, if you don't have an extra monitor, it's a little bit harder because then you gotta go through scans, or you can pick about 10 or 20, 30, whatever you want, tickers that you like, or they have tight spreads, the ATR, whatever you like, make a watch list. Okay? And then you can quickly click them, if you don't have an extra monitor, and just scan them throughout the day, looking for actionable signals. EH, let me take a look. No, I'm late looking at that. I'm sorry. EH Downtrend, consolidating right now. Let's see. It's rolling up, but it's wicking. So as you look, if you look on the weekly here, see how the bodies, they're about the same size and they start slowing down. It's wicking, the wicks are getting bigger, so it's showing weakness. Big red candle coming up, a lot of resistance right there. A lot of resistance. We try to take a higher day, it's coming right back down. This thing can come back down to $31 if it wants to. Looking good though. 31 right now on the 4 hour. Turn it to 2. If this thing breaks 38.80, it'll be a short target being pivot low on a 60. If it breaks down there, target's gonna be 35.70. AMC. If I had a bet, I'd say probably AMC runs up after hours or pre-market. Right. So you say you can buy next week's calls on AMC? You know what I'm saying? Let's take a look at it. And it rejected on that daily on the 60. The pivot, push through, pull right back down. I don't know, it's hard to say. This thing. There's a breakdown, a retest. So, oh, not looking good. I'm gonna say you got a strike by the iron high. Right now, it's just kind of chopping. That inside bar on the 60s chop. I just got a little on X1 just now. What's going on with it? Tell you what, if y'all want a long swing, oil, man, that's what it's at. Oil. Look at that, it's breaking that monthly right now. It's right at the pivot, though, see it? It breaks through there. Come on up. Making higher highs and lower lows, trying to right now. Breaking the daily. It took all those, let me show this 4 hour. I talk about all the time that the price is strong enough to take out all the pivots in one day. You see it? Put it on up. That could happen on the weekly. Slowly coming up. Very big move. It's moving now. Breaking that 60 and that 60 is lined up to the daily. We got to make sure though it's after lunch, right? So we want to make sure it's not that's a break. So we'll give it like 64.10. Maybe 9. Usually late in the day, I like pulling up my 20% scan. Looks for a 20% increase in volume in the last candle. I'll pull that up.
You have a 20% scan?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I don't think I have.
I'll get it to you. Good job, Leslie. Just to see. Yeah, you extra rip it. Yeah, hands on. I don't think it is, no. At least I don't think it is. I posted it. I actually kept UNH up on my charts for a week and I finally took it down. Time to stick it back up there, huh? We're going to target before break. Need to break that pivot down. Really nice. Yeah. Pushing up, holding that pivot. Breaks back above 401.46. Long game. You could take it on the way back up. It's up to you. Okay. All right. Swings. So. BA's below. All right. In the chat, I'm posting that Big O swings. It's best to find it. Look at it after close. And then I'm going to post. Got a 20% scan here, maybe. And use your 20% volume. And I show it to you right quick. Shopify. It shows an increase in 20% increase in volume in the last candle. And that's a spike in volume right here on pins. So pins is long right now. Yeah. And it finds good stuff. Pins is coming up. Weekly target is 78. PINS is long, volumes increasing on it. Candle. PINS. PINS. It's long right now. AMC's coming up back, or trying to. I think 10 would be one hell of a swing. I think he'll make some massive moves after hours. PINS is long right now, guys. We got volume increasing on it. Massive increase in volume. You're welcome, Lisa. Let me do this. There. Pull up pins. Boom. I pull up that 20% scan right off the bat. Share. Lowe's is really trying to break right here. %scan is in the chat. One sec. Ken's got that gap fill too right above. Gap fill is at $76. That's about $5 away here. Can quickly fill that gap right now. Look at lows. Every time it comes to that level, it rejects. Making higher lows, or yeah, higher lows. Yeah. 15 minute. Here it is right here now. Really wants to look at that. All right. So what else we got here? Okay. Yes, gracious, real quick. Roku shoots $23 for that. And from our entry, it's moved $11 from our entry. And anymore, but I think we pull at least $9 out of it. I don't include all the other stuff we pull money for. Couple stop out, a few stop outs today. Not bad. Novavax. Novavax is sitting right on top of pivot low. Consolidating on the 5 minute, it broke pivot low, was retesting. Still tracking sideways though. It breaks below 96.07. It'll go a lot lower. Where? Oh yeah, it's going all the way down. So Novavax is man, it can pivot machine gun on the daily to 141. Goodness gracious. What's Myrna doing? Coming down. Novavax might be a nice swing. Novavax might be a really nice swing. Still watching Etsy to try to break. I'm not crazy about Etsy. Factor violation. You're very welcome, Kay. Yeah, and usually, you know, I got all these scans, but really, I use 10% and I use 2-1. That's it. And the 2-1 afternoon, it finds these consolidation breaks. So you can see, you'll see a consolidation and break. Thing. See how it pushed up, consolidates here? 2-1. So look, Bang breaks 90-90, yeah. Bang had a nice move today. Now scans are good for finding stuff. Yeah.
You use those scans mostly on the 5 minute chart?
15, but I always look at the 5 minute just to see exactly what price is.
So the scans you use on the 15.
Yeah, this scan, the watch this here, scans for 15. Because the moves are more relevant, but I'll look at the 5 minutes to kind of break it down, see what it's doing.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, so thing looks good. If it breaks 90.85, first target's going to be 92. And if it hits that, it go to all-time highs. You see that coming? Well, I'm gonna say all-time highs. It's got a lot more room to go. It's got 140 bucks top, but it's clearly found a bottom. It's coming back through. So this might be a good swing. So I'm going to mark the top here. I'm also going to mark 92.11 because when it takes that out, it takes out the There's a pivot down here. There's also a flat top breaking right now. HCA. Dang, look at HCA. Wow. That's the kind of stuff we look for during the day. These beautiful charts. Clean price action. Look at this chart, the month and the week's perfect. Strong uptrend, down on the month. Right. Hammer on the week. So this could be the start of reversal. Now we need to pull back. It push through pivot low, pull back here is 1. I like to see it over to 1174. It does when the swing is to 217.36 and then to all-time highs. This is a $4 move right here. Clean. On the 5-minute, breaks pivot. Yeah. Breaks pivot, retest on this candle here, gone. AON. AON, you reckon? Volume increasing. Pretty clean. The hammer kind of shooting one. So look on AON. The higher time frame these patterns happen on, the bigger the move. AON, push up, retest gone. Now sometimes the retest will push through it. Sometimes it'll touch it. Sometimes it will get close. Slow retest. And it's on this way. So there's a flat top there. Broke.
Pinterest just broke the high.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Pinterest, it just broke the high.
I'm so sorry, I don't understand you. Will you speak up just a little bit?
She said Pinterest just broke highs.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Nice. Thank you. It's still looking good. Weekly target on it is still 79. Gap to 75. So I'm in Pinterest and it breaks 71.30. I'll add to it. I am down a little bit right this second. Amazon, shoot. Amazon trying to come back down to 68. Chopping. It's chopping right now. I definitely would be paying attention to Amazon at the end of the day. Be breaking. This is a clean chart too. CBX. Push up, retest, try to come back up. 2, man, Exxon's looking good. Okay, this thing's really good for a swing. NVIDIA, put on NVIDIA. Next step down here. Not close. That's it. %, increase in volume. Q2, bounce off a pivot low, pushing right back up, clear uptrend. This is the A+ setup here on this thing. That was 116.12. But you can see this pivot started here in October. The price stayed inside this range for months. It bounced off the base of the double bottom, now it's coming back through. So it could see 174.8. That's how much swing it is. And it's making some moves. A little extended right now. Then I need to pull back. Remember, every time frame needs just on pull back. It's $12 for that. On that 10% stand, a little bit late for the party. All right, now look at I like the bigger pivot break. Sometimes pivot breaks in the 4 hour, which corresponds to the daily, and sometimes it's 60. So see how it's breaking, trying to break the 40 or the 4 hour. And sometimes it'll hit it, pull back, and then take another shoot at it. SPGI bounced off the weekly perfectly. Push up, bounce, gone. Trying to break that 4 hour. Now it's break the daily. Hammer. Keep that on this thing. See that line hits those 3 candle tops. And you break above that. 398 takes it to 399. AE is breaking the 4 hour right this second. Trying to break the daily. Trying to break the weekly and trying to break. Man, this thing's a monster. See, price has been consolidating here for over a year. When it breaks out in trouble, it's gonna go. I'm gonna send alert 87.66. So when it does break that, I'll know about it. Now, try to break that range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times on the weekly. The 4 hour consolidation here. Ooh. Gap down 212 reversal on the weekly. 11. $4. Facebook. Inside 4 hour. Try to come back up. Trying to right now. Got 212 versus 60 right now. Snacks, Intel. Yeah, Intel's so crazy. Hands. It's all right, Leslie. I'm sorry. I couldn't understand. I'm so sorry. Okay. The next is trying to push that new test on the 15 or trying to go back up. Yeah, you could try to get in early. Absolutely. First target's going to be 401.45, and then it breaks that if you going. So as the day progresses, I start looking more at the 30s, 60s. He's not still puking. There we go. I'm sure he doesn't mind. LRCX just had a big, huge red candle. So we quickly come back up it. Over 212. LRCX, if it wants to, it can come right back up to 645. Gap fill 646. And then 647. So it's a roughly $3 move. There's no volume on that. Yeah, it's got a bit. Kind of spready.
Jerry, check out UPSD. Seems to be ready to go right through the pivot machine gun on the 30.
Ooh, nice. UPSD. Oh, yes, breaking right this second. Yep. So it expanded on the 30-minute, and now it's going to come right back through the range. This is really good. Yep. So UPSD as long as a pullback, push up, break the consolidation. Yep. So your target would be 134.82. Well, if it wanted to reverse, it could really go. Piton ain't gonna stop today. Piton's that pattern on the daily, remember? Test bounces. Piton's worth $5 today. Target on it still 104. Let's try that trend line here. There you go. Breaks that. So 104, 101, and then 80 possible. No back reversal. No back. No back's coming back through range here. Still a real tight chop on the 60 here. $4 range, so if it wants to, just don't trust it from now. Still in pants, but breaks 70, 80, 70. Right. Breaks below 70. No, I'll get it 70. 70. I'll cut it. It's not that much. SE looks like crap on 15. It's scary looking. Let's see. This is something you don't want to see on tickers. It's a really tight range. They're happy with the price right now. But I'll show you something. The wicks everywhere. Goodness, it's horrible looking. You will get chewed up and spit out in that. And a push-up retest on 15er. All right, let's go. Bob. Spies pushing up. Ooh, ooh. All right, Facebook just got alert. Let's see what's down here. GameStop coming out. XOM, I ordered. Spice coming up 2-1. Alrighty, Facebook just hit entry. So Facebook's long here, target 337.80. Facebook is long. Facebook's long, guys. That's long. I'm lagging bad. About time. Hey, because working the iPad slow, it's better. Working on 237.80. 237.80 takes you to 339, 340. Could turn into a nice saloon. Watching Amazon. Amazon can rip it close. LRCX coming up that big red candle. It's kind of spready. Lagging. Lagging. Oh, Lowe's broke. Missed it. Lowe's is long. Machine gun container. Coming up some big red green candles. Oh, coming up big red candles. Sorry. I'm lagging. Lowe's is long. Or you can wait till it crosses 187.81.